Hey, doing great.
Call the meeting to order. Mr. Stubblefield, would you please call roll?
Mrs. Briggs? Here. Mr. Cathell? Mrs. Klein?
Here.
Mr. Neal? Dr. Parsons? Mr. Peden?
Here.
Mr. Steele?
Here.
Ms. Taylor?
Here.
Mrs. West Warner? Mrs. Wright?
Here.
Okay, I entertain a motion to approve the agenda for August 13th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Public comment. Since I do not believe we have anybody signed up, we'll proceed. Today is a workshop basically for us, a retreat. We have four major areas of discussion we want to do. First, we wanted to hear from our attorney, and in the past, he's given us a lot of insight, and will be a little time at the end for some question and answer if you have any. So, Mr. McMacken, the floor is all yours.
Mr. Steele, thank you, and board members, thank you all for having me here. It's always a pleasure to serve public education and to serve this school board in particular. It's a very, very long-standing and enduring relationship for which my firm and I have tremendous gratitude. You've had occasion recently to interact with my colleague Michelle Bounds, Allison Britton as well, and Dave Williams before us. It's gone on for a long time, and it's been, we think, very mutually worthwhile. I have an agenda of things that I was asked to present to you, but these are not my topics, these are your topics. So if you have questions throughout, you have things you want to express, whatever it is, by all means, please feel free. I thought I'd real quickly hit you with the new legislation coming out of this last session. Obviously, we have no definitive legislation coming out yesterday with regard to the reassessment. Does not look like it's going to impact you tremendously. I have seen your tax warrant analysis. I have seen the methodology by which you, as a district, issued your tax warrant and how you calculated 110% of what was calculated, 110% of what was collected last year, and I give your methodology a clean bill of health. So that should give you some comfort. The virtual board meeting and cell phones in school legislation is on hold for now. It's coming back most likely in January. With regard to phones, just to remember, that's a policy that you have to have. There are two major aspects of those policies that I'm concerned about legally. First of all, that if somebody is violating your policy, that cell phone is contraband. Therefore, that if, for example, I'm just going to use Dr. Owens as an example today. If Dr. Owens is a building level administrator at the time and he confiscates contraband and it is broken or it is damaged, it is lost, it is still damaged contraband, it's not our problem, okay? The other thing is an operational thing. I don't understand it. Frankly, my kids could probably explain it to you better than I can. But if he takes my phone and I've got earbuds, somehow I can listen in on what's going on in his office. So we want to make sure that they're in drawers, bags, filing cabinets, etc. Military status is now protected in Delaware, like race, age, gender, disability, always was as a matter of federal law, so that's not a big deal. We've got the board members must be inhabitants, not just residents of where they're elected from, their nominating district. We are getting funding from the National Guard for adult education. That's a big help for us and for the Guard members. Something that's good for us given past drama with our custodians directing traffic is now, as a matter of law, constables are allowed to direct traffic for the first time, which is helpful to us. There is increased funding for analog and digital hardware for those that are deaf and hard of hearing. Under DIAA, now all of our coaches need to have CPR and first aid training. For appointed board members, if you have a vacancy, you have an obligation to fill the vacancy for the remainder of the year, as we know, but the background checks who was responsible for making the suitability determination was an unknown. Effective now, thankfully, in the event that occurs here, you don't have to make the suitability determinations. You don't want to make the suitability determinations. I know that, everybody knows that, because you don't want to see the criminal background check of somebody you may be sitting next to, nor do you want to declare that somebody is ineligible to serve as a board member. So now the Department of Elections is going to make that decision for you in the event of a vacancy. They codified in Delaware existing United States constitutional law with regard to the enrollment of undocumented immigrants. It has been the law since 1981 that an undocumented immigrant child is to be enrolled even though they don't have birth certificates, they don't have paperwork from their former school, etc. This codified that national decision. It just makes it easier and less likely to make mistakes. It's this time of year, probably every 2 or 3 years, I'll get a phone call from a district saying, we've got this situation, how do we address it? One of our kids has arrived for registration and is quote, here illegally. What do we do? So that'll be helpful. We have expanded funding for free breakfast. There are awareness initiatives now coming from the state with regard to type 1 diabetes. We can no longer distribute, transfer, or sell any food that has red dye number 40 in it. Our state Family Education Rights Privacy Act, FERPA law, now mirrors federal law. They made some technical adjustments, and there are changes to the senior tax exemption requirements. So that's what we know coming out of the last legislative session. First topic I was asked to talk about after that was whether or not we should continue, modify, or alter our practice. It's not a policy of how we conduct investigations and when we conduct investigations with regard to criminality occurring in our schools and staff members. We're twice bitten, guys. Okay, I think you know that. A lot of you have lived through Thompson and Goodman, those cases from many years ago, but we don't forget the names and we don't forget the trauma that it inflicted on our community. As a result of that, we have been very vigilant. We've had no molestation claims since. We've had no child abuse claims since. We've been doing a great job protecting our kids, being stewards of their safety. Here's why it's an issue. It's an operational issue. On the one hand, we want to protect kids. We want to make sure that nobody gets perp walked out of one of our buildings, okay? Because that's our nightmare come true. We want to make sure that we're aware of what's going on with our employees when they're involved in the criminal justice system. But unfortunately, as a result of whatever, these are taking forever to process. And when somebody is on, they're not arrested yet, right? They're just being investigated by a local police agency or the state police, either one. It takes a tremendous amount of time, over a year in some situations, and then they either get cleared or they get some, but not all situations, and I'll talk about which ones where we should just make the report. I think we should do some investigation first, thinking at the end and working ourselves backwards. Okay, what's this person accused of? What evidence do we have at this point? How likely is it that a case can be made? Hey, Mr. Neal, how likely is it that we're going to get a conviction here? And if it's a rumor, if it's, a weak case and maybe a misdemeanor, we make the report and let them keep working. If it's a felony and we've got some sort of paper evidence that looks like it really happened, we're making the report. The one exception to this, where we should report as we have been, is our mandatory reporting, where if there's an allegation of abuse, neglect, dependency, or molestation by a staff member against a child, whether it's their child or somebody else's child, I think we should not change course there. So, in other words, I think we should consider balancing the likelihood of an arrest, optics, perp walk, conviction, strength of the evidence, based upon how prior cases have developed. We don't want to cause disruptions, and we don't want to be accused of a lack of transparency. But I think before we make reports going forward, we should have that sort of case-by-case thought in our heads before we make the report to law enforcement. Maybe do some non-interfering collection of evidence, even if we don't call it an investigation, before we make the report. If we make the report, obviously we're going to stop, right? Obviously we're going to stop at that time. But before we make the report, let's just see where it's going. That would be my suggestion.
You know, about not being in work, should they be in doing something, counting paper clips or whatever, but not just out, like you said, crabbing, fishing in Ocean City or anything like that.
So I think the administration has received the message there that they are going to be judicious before they report, and I'll work with them to that end. Next item I was asked to speak about are grievances. Now,
Can I ask a question
yes,
before you go
Mrs.
further
Heller.
on that topic?
of course,
Okay, so if it is a mandatory report, you know, abuse, neglect,
dependency,
death-
molestation.
Right,
Yep.
those three things you mentioned. If it is a mandatory report, do we need to, I guess my question would have been, do we need to do anything as far as any kind of investigation within the district? It goes straight to the state police. Am I understanding that right?
Close, very close. We have an obligation to make that mandatory report as soon as we have a good faith belief that a minor, whether it's an Indian River kid, a Sass kid, a Sussex Tech kid, a kid in Maryland, has been a victim of one of those four, we have an obligation to make that report. Now, if the kid comes to us, comes to a school nurse and says, you see this huge bruise on my arm, my father did that last night, that's enough, that's a good faith belief. If we hear a rumor on social media that Joe beats his children, we do not have a good faith belief. We need to have some sort of evidence. There could be some investigation behind that. So let's say there's a rumor that Mr. Smith beats Billy, the student, and that's just swirling on social media. Do we have a good faith belief at that time? Not yet. At that point, would the principal or AP or the nurse go to student Billy and say, hey, is everything okay? There's this rumor circulating that your father is injuring you. If that, depending upon the result of that simple line of inquiry, that would not interfere with law enforcement. And that would be an okay time to do a very brief investigation and either clear it or report it.
Now, would that be a DFS investigation, or would that be a district investigation?
That would be either DFS or state police. That would, at that point, not be a district investigation.
Thank you.
Now, it's supposed to be DFS, but DFS takes the position that unless it's a family member committing the violation, it's a law enforcement matter. So even though we have to report it to DFS, they're going to say, we don't handle that unless it's mom, dad, uncle living in the house, et cetera. They're going to say, report it to local law enforcement. Your administration has tremendous protocols based upon failures at DFS, not your failures, with regard to making reports. So they're going to make the report, and then they're going to send themselves an email that says, I, Dr. J. Owens, on August 13th, 2025, made a report regarding Billy to DFS. I talked to case manager Smith. Send. He'll send it back to himself. Because we receive probably 20 or 30 DFS failure to report letters throughout my 16 districts every year. And every single time, we've prevailed. Because we had documentation that a report was made, we had documentation that there was an allegation and there was not a good faith belief, or because it's DFS, frequently they will say, using Dr. Owens again as an example, you were the principal at XYZ building in 2024 when this report happened, and he was at ABC building, not XYZ building. They just don't have it together frequently.
I think the key thing you said was document, document, document.
Yes, ma'am.
Franklin, I got just one quick question. We're one of the few, if not the only district, who actually employ 2 investigators.
At present, correct. It's a hot topic. You are the model, and people want to borrow it.
If,
They just got to find ways to fund it.
and I know since Thompson, Goodman, a lot of the big type cases of, people involved with students has dropped. How prepared do you feel with our investigators and the reports they make in the cases that you've handled so far?
You're the gold
Do
standard.
you feel that, what you're getting is good evidence for you to instruct us on which direction we should go?
It is very, very infrequent that I'll receive a report over the, 15, 16 years I've been working with them, and said, hey, you might want to follow up also. You checked boxes A through M, but have you thought about checking box N also and seeing if there was a witness to this, that, or the other thing, or if there's video? And I think, to my recollection, every time I've done that and said, hey, the report doesn't show that we checked box N, they say, oh, it was checked, here's evidence that it was checked, we just didn't put it in the report, we didn't think it was material. But they're very effective. And like I said, there are a lot of people in other districts I've talked to. This is my 3rd retreat this week. It's come up twice.
Thank you.
Of course. Well, actually, this is the 3rd time it's come up. So, what you're doing is something people want to copy. And you have the right people there, in my view. I was asked to talk about grievances. I think the administration has got the message, as have I, that if something is coming to you as a level 3 grievance, you want to make sure it's airtight. And that is the marching orders that were either directly or implicitly given to us, and that's going to be our course going forward. It's either got to be an absolute winner or don't bring it to you. It is the impression that we've gotten. One of the problems we have in public education, and this is not an Indian River School District issue, is you are elected officials with your pulse on the community, and you talk to people. That happens everywhere. And frequently, there's no due process right in grievances like there is in a teacher termination case, for example, or in an expulsion case. But we'll have a lot of chatter behind the scenes, and sometimes that affects things. I would just encourage you to make sure that you weigh the actual evidence and not the outside forces, so that you can create a clean record when you are conducting level 3 hearings. Ultimately, it's your decision whether a grievance is denied or whether it's upheld. Your level 3s under the teachers' collective bargaining agreement, if they are appealed, they go to the Public Employment Relations Board. At this point, the Public Employment Relations Board is very busy. They're having difficulty finding arbitrators. Those arbitrators are tied up doing conciliations and mediations because the Federal Conciliation and Mediation Service is presently not taking new cases. So the arbitrators are doing mediation. There is a dearth of arbitrators. From my perspective, from the school's perspective, because I represent you, that's not a bad thing that these things are taking forever, but they're taking on average 13 months to have an arbitrator assigned at this point. So things are moving very slowly with regard to grievances. Under your latest collective bargaining agreement that's now into effect with the teachers, there is a form of grievance that needs to be filed. It needs to be filed on the form for clarity, so we know exactly what a grievance is and what is just a workplace gripe that is not going to end up being presented to you as the school board. Any questions on grievances?
How do you handle, I don't even know what to call this, people that are involved in the grievance, contacting board members, wanting to state their case or their feelings about something?
And I know it happens. It
Right.
happens a lot. So I can't tell you that legally it's a good idea or a bad idea, because there's no it's not like in a teacher termination case. Let's say it's a teacher termination case and the principal comes to you and says, look, we really got to get rid of this person. And that person's spouse calls you and says, look, I'm begging for my husband's job. In those situations where due process applies, it's very easy for you to say, look, it's unlawful for me to have this conversation with you because I am a member of the body that is obligated to be impartial and independent and neutral. And if you're giving me information outside of the hearing, you're tainting my impartiality. In the grievance context, I can't tell you that same thing because there is no due process. It would be very easy for me as the attorney and not an elected member of the school board to say, just tell them to wait for the hearing. But their people and your people, they're your voters, they're your constituents, they're coming to you with concerns. So while I would love a world where you were not burdened with that, very frequently people want to hear. They want to know. They want to know what's going on with their staff. So you can take the position, hey, present your case at the hearing. I just don't know whether that would be well received by your voters. Does that answer your question?
Yes, because I think the dilemma is you are voted in by your constituents in your district, and you're representing those people, but you're also working on behalf of the district and the best interest of the students of the district.
Correct.
And you're kind of somewhere there in the middle, and finding that right place to be can be tough in this position.
And it's not the way it was, where people would show up once a month for a board meeting, and for the 29 days in between, if you had an unlisted number, you could just say, sorry, you didn't bring this to my attention sooner. But nowadays, anybody can get a hold of anybody, anytime. And that's, I think, a personal decision that you would make each, whether you want to entertain that or not. Whether you have time, or whether you view it as best interest of the voters or best interest of the kids. That's a personal decision, not a legal decision. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. Next thing I was asked to touch on were termination procedures. Very important to know before we discuss termination. What kind of employee are we talking about? Are we talking about an employee with a property interest in continued employment, where they're going to get due process before they lose their job? Or are we talking about somebody who is at will? And if they have some sort of property interest, what kind of property interest do they have in a pre-termination process? So first, let's deal with the at-will employees. These are very rare in our schools. Very, very rare. Obviously, substitutes. Okay, substitutes are at will. We still can't engage in discrimination or retaliation, but they are at will. The administration can say, we are going to put you on an unpaid leave until the next board meeting, at which point the board is going to terminate your employment. You can absolutely do that. For a sub, the board can say, or the administration can say, you're no longer on our sub list. However, if it's somebody that the board has appointed, for example, specialists, supervisors, certain people that are employed under a grant, you hired them, only the board can say no mas, right? The administration cannot say your employment is going to be discontinued. They are very rare. Think specialists, think some supervisors that are not teachers, not on a contract, not administrators. Now, subs, like I mentioned, they're just taken off the list, except for our long-term subs who sign a contract. I don't think we do that as a district. If we do, I'll talk to Celeste about modifying that process. Now, all unionized, every single unionized employee, except for teachers, they can only be terminated as a matter of Delaware law and contract based upon the contract standard, which is good and just cause. Okay, what is that? It's gotta be something that's gonna survive arbitration. You've gotta have some evidence. It can't be rumor, it can't be speculation. Gotta be evidentiary, non-hearsay, first person. Our employees that are in the union, before there's any discussion of terminating them, HR is going to go through and check the contract first. Okay, do we have what we need here in order to terminate under the contract? And then, depending upon the nature of the infraction, and we'll talk about staff discipline, that's the last thing I was asked to talk about, but they'll think, okay, does this warrant something on the progressive discipline spectrum, from a reprimand through termination? Now, progressive discipline is normally for performance issues, not conduct issues. More acute issues start at termination. There's got to be something that's violated before we're going to discipline somebody. Now, what I would encourage you to be aware of is we can't have a policy against everything. You have great policies, okay? You have a standing policy committee. Your board members are very busy, probably the most active board to your credit in the state. I mean, you guys are in a public meeting of some kind, probably once a week. Your policies are what we refer to for other districts when it comes to, hey, we need a model policy with regard to topic X. Do you know any districts with good ones? I always say Polytech and Indian River, always, best policies. But you can't have a policy against everything.
Against what, I'm sorry?
Against everything.
Okay.
That would be problematic and lead to termination. Now, I always believe that farcical examples make the best examples, right? Do you have a policy against bringing a nuclear weapon to school? No. Okay, but if somebody brings a nuclear weapon to school, are you going to terminate them? Please say yes. So frequently, they're going to say the old George Costanza defense, which is, I did not know that this was frowned upon in this establishment. Well, you've got a tremendous amount of policy that says this is frowned upon in this establishment. But you don't have to be that exhaustive when it comes to certain things. So there are going to be certain things that don't violate a specific policy, but we are going to win when we terminate somebody for bringing the nuclear weapon to school. So I would encourage you to not be caught up in, hey, we don't have a specific policy against that. Well, you do have the right to administer the school district. You do have the right to hire and fire employees, as long as you're not violating the contract. And if it's that egregious, whether it's addressed in policy or not, people should have common sense. Now, when it's a termination case for a teacher versus a union member, things are different. Now, union members are teachers, but teachers are union members, but they have specific statutory rights that we'll talk about. For your union employees, they can either go through the grievance process, which they always do, or they can request a hearing before termination. They have that choice. They can do one or the other under Delaware law, but they can't do both. They always go the grievance route, because during the grievance process, they're getting paid, and it runs the clock for them pay-wise. With your teachers cannot file a grievance as a matter of Delaware law with regard to their termination. For your tenured teachers can request a hearing within 10 days of receiving the notice of intent to terminate by certified mail. If they request a hearing, it can either be before you or before a hearing officer. We always recommend using a hearing officer so that you don't have to sit and hear evidence. You're all volunteers. You don't want to hear evidence for a full day or more. The hearing officer will make a written recommendation to you, summarizing the evidence. You will review the transcript, you'll review the evidence in the hearing officer's report, and then either accept, modify, or reject the recommendation of the hearing officer. If we bring a case to you for termination, we believe there's evidence, we believe that it's supported, and we believe that the person should be terminated. Otherwise, we would not be bringing those cases to you. I can't remember the last teacher termination case I brought to you all. I can't. It's been a long time for teachers. for a teacher to be terminated during the school year, they can only be terminated for one of the 6 reasons set forth in code: immorality, neglect of duty, insubordination, disloyalty, incompetence, and my memory is escaping me for the 6th one, sorry. At the end of the school year, they can also be let go due to a reduction in the number of teachers needed, due to a decrease in education services, or due to a decrease in enrollment. That's important to know. They cannot be let go because we don't have the money. They can't be let go because we didn't pass a referendum. And your HR department handled that perfectly this past year,
Can you
perfectly.
give an example of disloyalty?
Yeah, I wish I could, Mr. Neal. Nobody in Delaware has ever been fired for disloyalty. There are no cases on it that I can find, and I've been doing it for 23 years, never seen one. I can imagine that if I was being fired for disloyalty, there's probably some way, if I'm getting fired for disloyalty, that I'm either being retaliated against, I was a whistleblower and you disclosed something, or you were disloyal to us because you didn't go along the party line. Okay, that's whistleblowing if it's unlawful. I was speaking out about kids' IEP, and I didn't like the IEP, and they fired me for being disloyal to the school system. Okay, well, that's specifically protected also. I'm disloyal because I'm working another job during the school day. Well, now I'm being fired for neglect of duty, probably insubordination. So I can't imagine a situation where it would occur, because almost every time it either fits into another termination bucket or it's protected. Now, if you fire somebody for being a Dallas Cowboys fan, that's disloyal, because you're Ravens fans down here, right? But it's also arbitrary and capricious, so we would not survive that. I would still endorse it, but not legally. I hope there's no Cowboys fans here. And if there are, I apologize. Yes, ma'am?
Cowboy fan.
Yeah.
Father was I.
There's always one.
How did we, so you just, I'm sorry, I'm used to the floor, but
No
you
problem.
said that we did handle terminations appropriately, and you mentioned we can't do it for lack of funds. So what did, in the River School District, how did we handle that well?
They did it structurally, okay? So they did it so that we're gonna eliminate the role. We're gonna not provide that education service. They decreased the education services that were required. So for example, at Building X, they're no longer gonna offer this program. At Building Y, they're no longer gonna offer this program. As opposed to just saying, look, the 20 least senior people in that building are gonna go. Because if they did it that way, we would be in trouble. But they did it right.
Thank you.
No problem.
Jim,
Yes,
not being disrespectful, but just because you're friend Jim, not Mr. McMacken.
That's okay. I've
Just
learned
a
not to
point
call
of
you
rec-
Mrs. Wright.
Just a point of record, I don't want people to think that. Is there a difference between being a unionized member, which means I know that you're a member of a union, and being just a teacher or an employee of the district? Do they get the same treatment, or is there some difference between I'm a member of a union and have a grievance, Celeste, I'll use her, is not a member of the union? Any different?
So let's say you're both custodians. And
You wanna-
you're both custodians.
Okay.
And our custodians are unionized, okay? But you pay the membership dues, and Celeste pays the obligatory dues. I'm sorry, I don't mean to have my back to you. So you are a full dues-paying member of the union. She's a member of the collective. Oh, I'm sorry. I walked away from the microphone. Bad form. You are treated the same by us, by the district. You would have additional rights if you paid the premium package. Celeste would still have to pay what they call the fair share as a union member, whether she wants to or not. But you would be paying, let's say you paid the 100% of the freight, so you would have a right to counsel throughout the process. You would have a right to some sort of consultations with criminal counsel, I believe. If you're accused of a crime, maybe first hour, first 2 hours, something along those lines. And I think they have like there are discount programs that I'm aware of. They get invited to certain things. But other than that, I don't know the inner workings. I just know that from our perspective, we don't check, is she a full dues paying member or is she just paying fair share?
Could you talk through resignation in lieu of termination?
Hot topic. All right, I have pretty strong feelings on this, based upon experience. Because I always view what's best for the district from the lens of what caused my board members the least pain. When somebody wants to resign, I always think that based upon the two cases that I've litigated and won, one at the Delaware Supreme Court, one at the Delaware Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court, that if somebody offers you a resignation, you take it. You can't shoot them and then hang them. Either way, you're parting with the employee. There is a district that feels very strongly to the contrary, and that's up to them. But they've been to the Supreme Court once and the Delaware Supreme Court twice because they refused to accept a resignation. Now, when somebody says we're not going to accept their resignation, we want to stand on principle, we want to make a point, you know, we owe it to the kids, we owe it to the voters. I respect all of that. Where they usually go is, I don't want this person doing the same thing to another kid. And there are checks and balances against that, all right? So under 1218G of the code, if it's a certified employee, if that person resigns, retires, is terminated, or otherwise separates, which is, there's two ways you can otherwise separate. You can die, in which case you're not going to be a threat to kids, or your contract could be non-renewed, which is not a termination, resignation, or retirement. We have an obligation to protect Jay's license, Dr. Owen's license, within 15 days to make a written report to the secretary. And we have a way of doing that, I would say, based upon experience that other people have suffered. The best examples are the ones that are based upon mistakes that others have made, right? Other districts have been accused of not making that 1218G report. And every time we make one, Celeste, or now you, Karen in the past, Jay in the past, would either BCC me on that email or forward me afterwards the as sent email. And they all have this subject line, Indian River, 1218, last name of employee. So that I can defend you in the future when somebody says you passed the trash to our district and now that person did something bad in our district. Not just to protect Jay's license, but also to protect your reputation. And it's really, really, really important. We're being recorded, so I won't say the exact names. But 4 superintendents ago in Cesar Rodney, the night before a termination hearing, somebody resigned. They did a 1218G letter the next day. I had a copy of it. That person went to work in Appoquinimink, which is not one of my districts. That person got arrested for child pornography and attempting to elicit sex from a minor student. 4 superintendents ago, 3 HR directors ago. And somebody said, where's the 1218G letter? And they didn't have it. They didn't know where to look for it. This is 4 superintendents ago. I had it in 2 minutes. Just pulled it right up and said, here's a copy of it. They did their duty, protected them in the court of public opinion. So we have that protocol so that we don't pass the trash. And we go beyond it. There's technically no duty to issue that 1218G letter until you, as a school board, have authorized the notice of intent to terminate. We send it anyway. There's technically no duty to do so with paraprofessionals. We do it anyway, just to make sure that we're protecting you. and protecting kids so that nobody comes to you and says, why'd you let this person resign? Why'd you let this person retire? Now, what we can't do is we don't have a similar process for constables because they're not under DOE's license. They're under the Board of Constable Examiners. So we just ship the same letter off in the same format, but we don't call it a 1218G letter, and we send it to the Board of Constables. And I think that has provided all the districts adequate comfort to not say, look, we really need to make a point, we really need to stand on principle and actually do the termination, and we need to refuse to accept the resignation. Now, ever since boards have been made aware of that process, they've been much more reticent to demand that there be a termination hearing. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. All right, so teachers, they have the right, they can only be terminated for the 6 years, 6 reasons during the school year, 7 at the end, except for new teachers. And new teachers are anybody that's got less than 3 years in the state, less than 3 full years in the state, 2 of which is with the terminating board. So if somebody was in Indian River for a year, went to somewhere else for 10 years, came back at the end of their 2nd year here, at the conclusion of their 2nd year here, they're going to be our tenured teacher. They can only be fired for the 6 reasons during the year, 7 at the end. Which is why your HR department is diligent about making sure that if somebody isn't making it happen, that we're making sure that they're in a position to be non-renewed by May 15th at the latest of their 3rd year. Because once they finish that 3rd year, they're protected. And I talked in the directors' meetings the 3rd Thursday of every month to the HR directors. It's never too early to start thinking about who's not making it or coaching those people so that they do make it. September is not too early. They have to receive that notice by May 15th. It doesn't have to be sent by May 15th. It has to be received by May 15th. With regard to administrators, they are only able to be terminated during the year, as you know, from last February for good and just cause. They can also be non-renewed with at least 6 months' notice. That means they need to receive it by December 30th in the last year of their contract. Otherwise, they automatically renew for an additional 1-year period on the same terms. Does that answer questions about the teacher termination process? Last thing I was asked to address, again, any topics you want, I'm game for, is staff discipline. Remember, the starting point of staff discipline is this a conduct issue or is this a performance issue? Having those 2 concepts separate in mind, I think, are very key. Now, Jim is a jerk and says really mean things to others. Is that a performance issue or is that a conduct issue? Obviously a conduct issue, right? Jim, it just can't hack it. He really can't relate to his students. He can't really pace instruction to their level of learning. And when he tests the kids, he really hasn't tested them on what he's taught them. He can't really do classroom discipline, things like that. Those are performance issues, okay? Jim is late for work every day. Performance or conduct? Conduct, yeah, because I can prevent it. Jim shows up intoxicated at work. Performance or conduct? Expected, he's Irish. So that would be conduct also as well. So when it's progressive discipline, you're really focused on performance issues in general. When it's conduct, there's usually a lot more leeway in terms of where you start off on the progressive discipline scale. Generally, the progressive discipline scale goes from a verbal warning to a written warning to a 1-day suspension without pay, 3-day suspension without pay, 5-day suspension without pay, to termination. for performance, okay? Look, we've told you a million times, you need to make sure that your data is collected for progress monitoring on the IEPs. We need to make sure progress monitoring is being tracked. You didn't do it for one student, and you've been here for 25 years, and this is your first offense. Probably a written reprimand. You didn't do it, you're a second-year teacher, and you didn't do it for any of your kids. Probably a written reprimand and a one-day suspension. You falsified progress monitoring and said that you gave this kid an evaluation that, according to Infinite Campus, you never gave this kid. Is that a performance issue? That's a conduct issue, okay? IEP fraud. We've never tolerated it. Every time that results in a recommendation of termination, skipping the entirety. So in a way, that's a performance issue because you didn't do it. But it's egregious and it's got ill intent, it's fraud. Even though it's really a performance issue because you didn't do something you were supposed to do, chances are there's going to be a termination case. Again, I said 1 day, 3 day, 5 day. I will not mention any names. I won't even make eye contact with the person who was involved in it. But you are famous as a school district because you did suspend somebody for 40 days without pay. And it didn't get challenged. I mean, you guys know who I'm talking about, and if you don't, somebody in here knows the answer. But it is famous in the state of Delaware. Now, proper documentation of incidents at school is key. Again, Mrs. Taylor, you mentioned it before. It's all about documentation. Very frequently, we'll say, look, everybody should know you don't do this. But do they really know when it's not that common sense thing? It's not statutory like progress monitoring. It's you need to have a meeting with me, your supervisor, once a month, or with your instructional coach once a quarter. And in advance of it, you need to have updated lesson plans, and you need to have a plan for how you're going to improve, and you need to have, and you come without it. And now we say, look, I'm the principal, I'm in an uproar because this person was supposed to do something they didn't do, I want them terminated. Well, where's the paper trail? You know, where did you put in writing that at your meeting on August 13th, you need to bring with you, and need to be prepared to discuss? Having those sort of documentation pieces is key. We always tell your building level administrators throughout the state, we're here to help. You're here to help. They're here to help. But this is a help you, help me, help you situation. In order for us to do our job and sit, our building level administrators need to be doing what they're doing. They need to be asking for supports. They need to be telling us in advance when there are problems. They need to be documenting things. I told teacher X to stop letting kids leave early, or to be in the classroom, or not let the para be the sole supervisor, or not do this, not do that, and it's in writing. That written communication trail is key when it comes to progressive discipline. But unless it's in the actual personnel file, it's not going to be a basis for continued discipline. It's going to be noticed that you shall or you shall not. You must or you must stop. But it's not going to be the basis to take a written reprimand to a 5-day unless it's either egregious or in the personnel file through prior reprimands or suspensions. Not a fan of verbal warnings. Not a fan of verbal warnings because they're not documented. What a lot of teachers, what a lot of administrators do very effectively is they'll send themselves an email, or they'll send an email to the employee that says, this just confirms our conversation today that you're supposed to not let kids leave early. It's not a reprimand, it's not a letter of record, which can be grieved under your collective bargaining agreement, but it is a paper trail. Situation, no good deed goes unpunished. We make exceptions. It happens all the time. You got one teacher or one para that we want to discipline for letting kids leave early, not being where they're supposed to be, not supervising kids, and then we got somebody else that, hey, we're giving them a pass because they're going through a tough time right now. And one is of one demographic and being treated differently than the other who is from another different demographic, and then what are we doing? We're treating similarly situated people differently, we're getting sued, and that's not what we want to do. So remember, we've got to be fair, but not only do we have to be fair, we have to be equal with everybody, and that's something we drive home to the principals all the time, making sure that, hey, if this is a rule, you're following it for everybody.
Excuse me, Jim.
Yes, sir.
As a board and as upper administration, I think we have a good handle on the teachers, but suppose we have Kim, who's the principal, let's say East Millsboro, and, you know, she's doing those sort of things. Well, this person's not having a hard time, we'll just mention something to her, then Celeste gets the letter of reprimand, or we hear continual complaints, and, well, we've talked to her, but we don't see anything in the personnel file.
Yeah.
How do you handle that in terms of when it's an administrator not performing their duties at the level that we need them to do in order to move ineffective people?
The director of elementary or the director of secondary, depending upon whether, I mean, I guess it would be an elementary situation there, would have a conversation with the principal and say, look, there are these concerns coming out of your building that you're treating people differently. Or you want us to terminate somebody, you're bringing the situation to Celeste, but you haven't done your paperwork. Help us help you. It's got to be that symbiotic relationship, because if the the principal wants district to take action, they got to give district the tools to take action. They got to have the paper trail.
What tools on our end, if we have that administrator who just is not cutting it? You talked about progressive discipline for teachers. What is it for administrators?
Being recorded, so I got to be a little bit careful. You can issue a non-renewal in September. It's happened a lot. For an administrator who, let's say, their contract is up June 30 of '26. You can issue a non-renewal now and say, look, just so you know, you're getting non-renewed, turn it around. That's one thing you can do. Second thing you can do is tell them, look, you're going to be non-renewed unless you get it together. We have concerns. And we haven't voted on this, but I've taken the temperature of the board, and I can read my fellow board members. And there are a lot of concerns coming out of your building about the way you're not tracking data, that you're not presenting cases to district. You're not holding your people accountable. Alternatively, during the school year, you can tell, the administration that, look, we got a lot of concerns. I want you to look into this. Are they treating similarly situated people differently? Because now we're concerned that we're going to get sued for a race case or a disability case or a gender case. Or they're too empathetic. They're giving too many people passes. Find out, I heard about the situation with teacher X was allowed to take 3 days off. I don't know if it's true or not, but look into it. I heard this or that or the other thing happened, look into it, and if there's a problem, solve it. And then that administrator at the building would get a letter saying, it's come to our attention that X, Y, Z, you shall continue doing what you're supposed to do, cease doing what you're not supposed to do, otherwise this is notice that we could take corrective action. And then if things don't improve, or it happens again, or it continues not to happen, if it's something that's supposed to be happening, then we're looking at it through the lens of, we've got a paper trail, we've got an administrator contract, which under Reg 725, and under the contract itself says can be terminated during the year for good and just cause. And then we're thinking, as the administration would be thinking, is the board going to support a termination here? Because we've got a paper trail and we think it's good and just cause. We're going to see, is it severe? Do we think the board's going to want to see us give one more warning letter, one more shot across the bow? Or do we just do it? Now, you also have suspension rights when it comes to your administrators. they supersede the contract, you can say, look, you did this, or you failed to do this, you're getting a 3-day suspension, 5-day suspension, whatever you're gonna get, but you have to offer them, not a full-blown hearing like we had last February, okay? But what's called minor due process, give an opportunity to be heard, no transcript, no court reporter, no evidence, no oaths, just a brief hearing. And you can actually suspend administrators without pay to send a message short of termination.
So Jim, in order to have the documentation to do what you're talking about, to prove inequitable behavior or favoritism is what you're talking about here, it has to be in writing from the superintendent reprimanding or writing letters of whatever to the principals. Because above the principal is the superintendent and of course then the board. So I'm just trying to, in my mind, process how this would go to have the proper documentation to make moves like this.
And I may have misspoken before. Are we a district with a director of elementary and secondary?
Yes.
Okay,
Sort of.
We have that.
Okay.
Renee is taking on the deputy role. Director is not filled at this time.
Okay.
Secondary, elementary, yes.
let's assume then that there's a principal directly to district office relationship with no director of secondary, no director of elementary. Hey, look, we've got a lot of concerns that you're letting people have a paraprofessional cover with no, while you go out and you do whatever you do. You're taking a long lunch and you're not signing out. We hear about it. You hear about it. Okay, do you know if it's a fact or not? No. But it's come to your attention a number of times from the rumor mill, from complaints from other employees that, hey, look, I'm not allowed to do that. Nobody's allowed to do that. It's not good for kids. That would be brought to the attention of the administration. They would not necessarily do a paper trail unless, hey, look, it came to our attention that this was going on and it was either admitted or corroborated. Otherwise, there's really no need to do an investigation like that, saying we investigated it and cleared it. You would, in other situations, say we investigated it and cleared it. For example, in a abuse case, we would say, look, we looked into it, there was no good faith belief. Does that make sense? This one, yes, Renee?
So let's say we have a situation that is not 1218, just somebody that was either not renewed or we released them.
When
They
you
were
say
just-
release, what do you mean? They were not on a teacher contract, they were long-term temporary sub?
Maybe,
Okay.
or they were, temporary position, and we just, let's say they were just not a great employee, didn't really do anything wrong, but they go to another district, that district didn't do a reference check with us, and they do something egregious in that district. Do we have any liability in that?
Not in that situation, no. And it happens. There's two districts that don't do reference checks. Ever. They just don't. One is a matter of hubris, and they do what they want in that district, and the other, I can't explain it. But those districts act at their own peril. And we talk about this in our 11 monthly personnel directors meetings. We probably talk about this 10 times. People are so afraid to make the call, and they're so afraid to say, no, I would not rehire that person, but they're statutorily protected. And it's a small state, and everybody knows everybody. And I don't know why some people don't pick up the phone and say, would you rehire this person? They call it throwing up the Delaware flag. Would you rehire this person? Eagles look good this year. What did you just say? I would not rehire this person. But there's two districts that don't, and I don't understand why. You do. You're doing it right. All right, you're not gonna like this. Applying to your point, This was a bigger issue during COVID than it is now, but I can still see it being a problem. Let's say you're a principal of a building and you don't allow employees to do X, Y, and Z. But another principal at another building allows people to do X, Y, and Z. Doesn't sound like that big of an issue, except, let's say, I want to remote in async to my class because I have X, Y, Z disability. And I'm told no. Yet principal at other building lets somebody zoom in async because they're on vacation. They're at Disney World. They're not Disney. And the failure to accommodate claim comes to Celeste. And Celeste and I are working on it to say, look, obviously in this day and age, you gotta be there with the kids to teach together in the classroom. So we're gonna deny the accommodation. And then we find out that one of our buildings is letting this happen. If it can happen async in one, or remote in one building, why can't it happen in the building where the disabled employee wants it? So it's very important, I think, to have as much uniformity in our processes across the district in each building to avoid those sorts of claims. Now, what we know is with an active union that we have, if one building is letting something happen and another building is not, chances are we're going to hear about it before it becomes litigation, right? There's going to be a grievance filed. There's going to be something that comes up at liaison. So it's really not that important now, but it is something to keep on your radar to make sure that we're treating people the same, not just within a building, but across the district. All right, I'm in a little bit of overtime. I know I was going to leave like 15 minutes for questions, but I'm just going to keep going. I just have a couple more things. Is that all right? With regard to the progressive discipline, sometimes you may hear that, we did a 5-day suspension, and then after grievance, it ended up being a 3. Or we did a 3, and then after grievance, it ended up being a 1-day. Sometimes things will be reduced before they get to you, typically because of one of two factors. We find out there were facts that we weren't aware of during the part of the grievance process. However, some discipline was still warranted. Or we find out that, hey, people in other buildings are doing this too. So we're gonna curb it back, and we're gonna address it. So frequently you'll hear that things are reduced in the grievance process. When those leak up to you or you hear about them, I just want to let you know that when those have happened in your district, those have been deliberate decisions that are made based upon input from a lot of stakeholders. Most importantly, based upon information that your administration learns during the grievance process. And that tells me not that they were soft or not that they started out too strong. It tells me that they're listening in the process and that the process is working. Because then they're not ultimately resulting in level 3 grievances that you have to decide. All right. I'm going to pause there for questions, or do you want me to? It's totally up to you.
Feel free to ask folks.
I know I went a few minutes over. Thank you for the.
I have a question that I
Yes, ma'am.
retrieved from something you talked about
Sure.
earlier, on mandatory investigations.
Yes.
Is there ever an instance where people are put on unpaid leave because of a mandatory investigation? Or is there any instance where you can put somebody on unpaid leave and not have to pay them when it's like blatant that something happened or occurred here?
Here's when you can put somebody on unpaid leave. When it's after the investigation and it's a consequence. It's discipline. We've already, and I don't think this answers your question, but just for everybody's awareness, you can do unpaid leave as a consequence, and that would be after the investigation. Your question was about during the investigation. And there are times, there's 2 times, okay? One is it's an at-will employee. we don't have any due process rights. We're just gonna do a brief investigation to make sure that we're making the right decision here from an equity and fairness perspective, make sure that all of our ducks are in a row, and we're gonna put them on unpaid leave, not as a consequence, but just until you all, as the board, can terminate them. That's one time. The only other time we can do so as a matter of federal constitutional law is when you've got a union employee, they have a property interest in continued employment, obviously. They can't be disciplined without just cause, without procedural due process. But we've got the East Stroudsburg case from the U.S. Supreme Court that says if somebody is arrested, a third-party law enforcement officer has made a determination based upon an arrest or even the issuance of a warrant before somebody gets arrested. If we get a Delgis report that there's a warrant for Mark Steele and he's an employee, he could be put on an unpaid leave at that time as a matter of constitutional law. But collective bargaining agreements can supersede that. So I don't have all of our collective bargaining agreements for all my districts memorized. If I remember correctly, if one of our people gets arrested for something that could result in termination, we can shut off their pay. But if they get a traffic ticket, no, okay, do you remember off?
We've done it if they're arrested for a felony and endangering the welfare. That puts them on the child protective register and prevents them from being able. Or if they have a no contact order where they're unable to enter the grounds of the district, then we put them on unpaid. That's traditional.
And we're not putting, in that situation, they are being coded as being on unpaid leave. But we're not putting them on unpaid leave, right? It's the circumstance, it's the incarceration, it's the conditions of the bail release that keep them from being able to come to school. And then, if we want, what do? We can terminate them for neglected duty because they're not coming to work due to their incarceration or conduct established by a court by issuing a no contact order with kids or no contact order with schools, or because you're in prison, you're not coming to work. That's neglected duty. So those are the two times where before there's an investigation concluded, somebody could be on unpaid leave. Either they're at will or they're arrested.
Because investigations can take a long, long time.
They can. And I like to say it's because law enforcement is extremely thorough. But I think everybody has their opinion.
Thank you.
I left time for questions. Did I leave too much time for questions?
Yep, I'm just waiting for anybody else to ask.
I can go all day, you know that.
Oh, I know. That's why I keep looking at my watch and checking and looking around, so. But I do want, if you have any questions, now's the time to get them answered.
I'm going to chew up 5 more minutes.
Go ahead.
You sure? All right, Public Integrity Commission. Remember, it is weaponized against public officials. You are all subject. Thank you for your volunteerism. You're not getting paid to be here. However, you could go to jail. How do you like that? Don't like it at all. Public Integrity Commission has been weaponized for political purposes. It's been weaponized against members of our board. It's been weaponized throughout the state. In the event that you have a conflict of interest, you don't know what to do, I might have a conflict, I might not. If it doesn't smell right, don't do it, right? Or we're very fortunate, we got a 10-member board. If one person has legitimate conflict of interest, we still have 6 other people to pass a motion, right? Remember, just because you have a close relative, husband, wife, son, daughter, sister or brother of the half-blood or whole blood, not step, not in-laws, those are close relatives. Just because you have a kid who's a teacher or a kid who's a para or a husband who's a para, custodian, whatever, doesn't mean you have a conflict of interest. You can vote. You can ratify the union contract. You can ratify the across-the-board wage increases. What you can't do is when it comes to that close relative, you can't say, okay, I vote for or against the promotion. I vote for or against the hiring. I vote for or against the termination. It's called the Smyrna Rule. All 5 members in the early 1990s had either a spouse, a sibling, or a child that was in the union. They could not ratify their union contract, okay? You are allowed if it affects the whole class. If it doesn't smell right, I would advise you to have a conversation. I mean, Mark, you've been through this a million times. You know it inside and out, and if you get stumped, you'll call me. If it doesn't smell right, step away, but don't just abstain. Those are situations where you'll recuse, okay? You recuse when you have a conflict of interest. You don't participate in the executive session discussion. When it's your turn to vote, you would say, I recuse and I didn't talk about this in exec, or I wasn't there in exec. Because you don't want to be accused of exerting influence. That would be a recusal. An abstention is something you don't want to vote for whatever reason. You don't feel adequately informed, you don't like it, and you know it's going to pass or fail anyway. Trying to send a message, that's when you abstain. Recusal is for the conflict of interest.
I would recommend strongly that if you're gonna do that, when the topic's about to come up in exec session, excuse yourself, leave the library or wherever we are, and then we'll go get you as soon as we're finished. I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. And as Jim said, you don't have anybody, well, you at least heard it, or you did this, or you did that.
And because there's an argument, let's say you're talking about my kid getting a promotion, right? And I don't talk in exec. But I sit there and I say all the time, right? Am I exerting my influence? No, because Jim's the lawyer, it has no authority and no power. But let's say I'm one of you and I'm giving the hard stare to somebody. Could that be construed as exerting influence? Arguably. Do you want to appear before PIC? No. You don't want to appear before PIC. The last place I like to be with my clients is the Public Integrity Commission, because you never know what they're going to do, and it could result, remember the Kathy McGinnis case started there. It started as an abuse of authority issue, and it ended up being a criminal case. So the 2 things that are leading to the most Public Integrity Commission complaints right now are, 1, breaches of conflict of interest, having a conflict of interest. The other one isn't really super germane to you, but it's a reminder, is breaching confidentiality. And here's how it plays out. You are talking about buying parcel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right, in executive session and putting a new elementary school on it. And you know that as soon as word gets out that we're thinking about buying the XYZ farm and parcel A, B, C, D, E, there's going to be developers sniffing around, and it's going to be increasing the land value there or possibly around it, and you tip off one of your buddies, hey, you know, you really want to think about that farm that's for sale over there because the district's buying it, and kick me back 10% of the proceeds. Or don't kick me back 10% of the proceeds, just do a favor. In that situation, that is a breach of confidentiality that is going to get people in trouble. Now, breach of executive session protocols, that's arguably a criminal act as well. It's when there's money involved, especially with those land deals. Now that districts have money to buy property with impact fees, that's the #1 thing that I want you to have in mind when you're talking about things. Hopefully you're not, but if you're ever talking about something that occurred in exec, I want you to have those handcuffs in mind, just because that's something to definitely be wary of.
Likewise, communications between board members, administrators. I've always picked the phone up and called, because if you put it in an email or a text message and we do get sued, rest assured the first thing they're going to do is to freeze the accounts and take a snapshot of everything we've got in our history. And you've got to be very, very careful, you know, what you say and how you word, you know, your emails. And if it's something concerning and you have that thought, you know, wow, maybe I don't know if I should do this or not. If you think you don't know, just pick the phone up and call. And I'm available. You can call me, you can call Jay, Renee, or you can call any other board member to talk about it. And then I I just venture to say, be very careful what you put in writing.
Remember what your mom's told you, what Mrs. McMacken told me. Don't put anything in writing that you don't want on the cover of the newspaper. And I'll tell you, I'm in overtime, and I hope you don't mind. This is worth it. Amy Cherry case is a new FOIA case against Newcastle County, alleging that one of the Newcastle County members was conducting public business regularly using her personal cell phone. Using your personal cell phone. FOIA request came in. It attached some of the other side of those communications simply to establish that she was using her cell phone to conduct public business. Then the FOIA request came in for all requests, or all communications concerning this topic. And the Department of Justice determined that her cell phone text messages were public records subject to search. Immediately after that, and based upon that case, in a FOIA dispute up north, we received a request for all text messages between a certain board president and another individual about a topic. And I got this person's text messages, and this board president, every single text message that he sent or received from this other board member said, "Hey, can you talk? Hey, can I call? Got a minute?" Now, I can't tell you to do that to violate FOIA or violate the law, right? Because somebody could still issue a subpoena, and they can be deposed, and they can say, "What did you talk about on this date?" But there is absolutely no paper trail there of what was discussed, because every single communication was, to Mark's point, "Hey, can you talk? Hey, free for a quick minute for a phone call?" It served that district very well.
Could we talk about a minute, board member gathering?
Yes.
I believe, I could be mistaken, one time you said you'd be concerned if 6 of us were together at a football game. Would that be the same if we were all invited to a Christmas party and we were together? What's the take on that?
Okay, so 6 people is a quorum here, obviously. You are all individuals, you're allowed to have meals together, you're allowed to go to graduation together, go to football games together, even if all 10 of you were there. And while you're at that football game, you can say, "That offensive line looks great this year." And you can say, "Wow, good pass," and you can say, you know, was it Green Knights? What's Sussex? Golden Knights. Sorry. I'm from
Crossed
North.
them in there. It's politically correct, though.
Your time's up.
Unified.
19 unified district.
But once the conversation there at the game switches from, you know what, I think we need to go out for referendum next year, and somebody else says, "Yeah, I think we need to make this a legislative priority," that's when it becomes a problem. But you're allowed to be together, you're allowed to break bread, you're allowed to be human beings. It's just when the conversation goes to the discussion of public business, that's when you need to make sure you don't have 6 of you there, nor are you using the telephone game to have those communications with just 5 or less, and then spreading the word in a serial fashion. But you can be together, absolutely.
Jim,
Isn't
we've
that
had
the
the
same-
conversation over the years, this might be your question, with committee meetings, we have
Yes.
regular committee meetings.
Yeah.
And we've got a very active board, as you
You do.
mentioned. Sometimes there's quite a few board members there. It's publicly noticed.
Taking minutes?
We take minutes at those meetings. We never have action. We never
No
have-
action, so you don't need technically public comment, but it's a workshop for a committee, chances are you're having public comment, right?
I'm sorry.
Chances are you're having public comment, even though you don't need to, because there's no board action.
Well, there's always, it's open.
Right.
So there's open dialogue, anyone can interject, you raise your hand, so that always occurs, no action. If we go over 6 members there, I think your guidance has been, that's okay.
Party on, absolutely. Yeah, because it's noticed and you're taking minutes, and it's open. Yeah,
Thank you.
of course. Yeah, CBOC is the only committee that you have to create. You created 3 more, or 4 more. Totally fine, as long as they're taking minutes at noticed public meetings.
Community Budget Oversight Committee.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, CBOC is Community Budget Oversight Committee.
I was wondering what that was.
Sorry about that. You know, education and their acronyms.
Anybody else?
I have a
a question about the cell phones.
Yes.
If whoever is taking the contraband, if they're responsible for the condition of that, what should be the process of ensuring the condition? And I say that with an E and not an I.
Right.
How would a staff member verify the condition of that phone?
The whole point of declaring it contraband is so that they don't have to undertake that obligation or that duty to preserve it, protect it, make sure it doesn't get the screen cracked, make sure it doesn't get lost, broken. Because if it's contraband, it's like you took away my drugs in school and then you accidentally lost half the bag. It doesn't matter because it's contraband. It's not allowed to be here.
Got it.
This is gonna hit home. We had a cell phone that was broken, and out of the generosity of their heart, one of our principals said, we're gonna use local funds to replace it. And it was like an iPhone 8 at the time, and you couldn't get anything older than an iPhone 12 at the time. We're going back and forth about buying the warranty and upgrading the phone, and I said, you don't have any obligation in the first place here. But out of the kindness of our heart, we figured out a way to go ahead and replace it because the administrator felt bad about the loss. But if it's contraband, there's no duty, no obligation, no nothing to even protect it, keep it safe or otherwise.
Jim, with that in mind, so we've had cell phone policies for
Yeah.
many years. However, we are trying to find ways to beef them up, and we're looking at, we've got the policy aligns with what code says at this time.
Well, is going to say it, yeah.
Correct. And we're looking internally at our procedures. The procedures that we're looking at for our high schools next year are the pouches that are on the wall.
Yep.
Kids come in, place the phone there, it's visible to everyone. You know, what were to happen if getting up, you're exiting, everyone's going to grabbing their phone, I grab somebody else's phone, it's gone. Are we on the hook for that?
I can't see, under the State Tort Claims Act, I can't see us being responsible for that. It's a policy that a child is responsible for retrieving their own phone, and if somebody else takes theirs, it's, we'll try to find it. Air track it, whatever that word is, find my phone, I think. Again, I'm not a tech guy. But, if we can't get it back, we can't get it back.
Thank you.
Now, the one thing I'm gonna ask you to be careful about with these pouches, if that's what we're gonna use, is there are certain kids with ADA issues where they need to have the phone to connect to. It's typically, but not always, a glucose meter that's gonna send a message to mom or dad that I'm in distress. Those kids can have it. But if they take it out during class, they're still, and they take it out to search social media as opposed to upload glucose information, it's subject to discipline.
Are there any other procedures that you recommend for cell phone, storage?
I haven't really given it much thought because it really hasn't been an issue. You have so many rights to maintain the order in the educational environment, to keep them from being a disruption and a distraction, that we want to make sure that our kids are being educated, that they're not using them for sexting and airdropping, like all the things that we've heard have happened in the last 10 years, and arranging fights in bathrooms. I'm not going to put a lot of hamstring on what you can and cannot do in that regard, because I think it's plenary.
Any other questions?
I don't know who's next, but do they want me to just keep going all day?
I think they're waiting patiently right behind you.
Going all day. I'll hook you up. You buy lunch, I'll stay here all day.
We do appreciate you coming down. It's
Thank you.
always a pleasure, and there's a lot of questions, I know, being a board member versus being a superintendent, a whole different set of questions you have, and very helpful, very, very helpful.
My pleasure to serve. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I know when you showed up for meetings and I asked you a question, you've been very spot on, and appreciate that.
Happy to do so. Thank you. All right.
Thanks.
Enjoy the rest of the retreat, friends. Thank you.
Thank
Now, do you guys need to take like a 5-minute break, or do you want to go and just get up and go when you want to go? You want to take a break? All right, let's go about 5 minutes and then get back on track. Give the business guys a chance to set up. We'll be ready to go.
Yes, can you hear me? Yep, sounds good. Got me? Okay.
I think we have everybody back. We're going to go ahead and proceed now to, not sure which it is. It's going to be 3.02. Now, 3.02 has a couple different things listed. We would like to kind of break this down and talk about the budget first. We want to make sure we hit that and we get our questions answered and any planning that we think we need to do going into that, followed by the strengthening communication with stakeholders, and then finally, student outcomes and success will be the fourth thing, all contained under 3.02. So I'm going to turn this over to our business department, and I think we do some introductions first because I don't think anybody here, not everybody has met Mr. Longfellow, is that correct?
Not everyone has.
Okay, Mr. Neal, we'll start with you and work around the board.
Ivan Neal. Jerry Peden.
Michelle Parsons.
Jennifer Troublefield.
Kim Taylor,
Mark Steele.
Jay Owens.
Renee Jones.
Not you, is
Kelly
that
Klein, Lisa Hudson Briggs.
Liaga Rate.
And I think you've met your colleagues already. And Chuck, I've known you a long time, back in the Susan Bunning days, when you were up at DOE. And I know you came highly recommended. When I heard your name, I was very excited. And we're hoping today that you guys can enlighten us on, kind of where we are budget-wise, what we're looking like for the future, what types of things we should be looking at in order to maybe, save local funds and how to do that, and sort of kind of give us a roadmap of where you think we should be. Okay? Who's going to?
I'm gonna let you start if you want. Sorry. Chuck, can you hear me? He appears to be frozen,
Chuck, can you
Dan.
hear us okay?
I can hear you. I can't hear Kathy, though.
All right, we'll work on that. So just a little update. I know the board's aware that you've been facilitating the transition with our school district as we are moving into a new director of finance, Mr. Parker, and we appreciate that. Chuck, I do know you've been a part of all of the state level meetings. I believe you're a part of the CFO meetings that occur monthly. I know you've been monitoring the General Assembly during their sessions as well. So I know you are up to speed with the latest and greatest happenings, not only in Indian River, but also across the state. So we appreciate that because that perspective is needed, being a busy district. And we appreciate you being here today. I think Kathy was going to allow you to open up with the board. I know you have reviewed our finances. Can you give us an overview of where you think we are at this time, concerns, areas that, opportunities for us, in particular, board members, Mr. Longfellow participated in our recent unit count meetings. He was very helpful and sharing with us some creative ideas that he has experienced across the state in various capacities with how we can use our units legally to maximize our local funds. So, Chuck, we do appreciate that. So we'll give you the mic here for as long as you need it to give us an update on your perspective of Indian River right now.
Okay. Thank you. I was going to save this. I know that you had three items pretty much that you wanted to go over during this agenda. And the last one was a discussion of, future referendum needs. And so I'll go ahead and talk a little bit about that outlook because I think that really sums it up. Bottom line up front, there is still a need for an operating referendum in the short term. I know that there were some attempts that were not successful. And the district has a lot of cutbacks that you've done in order to just make sure that you continue operating. One of the big things we look for the financial health of a district is what is that local payroll obligation, each payroll. There are typically 26 pay dates per fiscal year. Sometimes there are 27 because it's every 2 weeks and that's just the way the math works out. Most months have two payrolls in the month. There are usually 2, sometimes 3 months in a year where there are 3 payrolls in the month. So one thing that a good CFO will do is monitor that payroll. Currently, your typical local payroll, each pay date is about $1.75 million. And you do between the state monies you've been advanced for salary and between some local funds that you have already, and you're going to have to depend on an internal loan from your local set aside. I think you call it the curriculum reserve. You are going to be okay this fiscal year, and you're also going to get some injections of cash from the August and September tax receipts that are going to help you make it. So you're going to make it through. You're going to make it through October, okay. But you're really just skidding along the surface. You're just making it. So even with additional revenue that may come in this year, I know that some painful cutbacks have been made, and I'm also advising that if we can be conservative on non-salary spend at least through mid-October, that would help things out. As time goes on, the way that that local school finances in Delaware by design, and you all are painfully aware of this, is that you'll have a referendum, and when you have a referendum, you cover the deficit you already have, and then you put some extra in there so that you have a surplus, and then you cover any other additional initiatives that you need. Make sure that when the time comes that you design your next referendum, that you cover your deficit and then you create a surplus. Don't just cover your deficit plus any additions, because what happens is you need that surplus for some years. And then what happens is inflation and wages through your negotiated agreements catch up, and they eat away at that surplus, and then you end up in a deficit. So I call it the referendum cycle. You have your referendum, and if it's designed correctly, you have a surplus for a while, then there's a tipping point, then you have a deficit, and then you go back out to referendum. So you are definitely in the zone where you've got to go back out for one. But for this year, you're going to make it. So that's my assessment. But just remember that 1.75 million. That's the metric that we need to watch. I know that one of the things that was mentioned is the optimizing of units, and so I know different districts have different views on use of match tax or tuition tax. So what we'll do is we'll advise, and then they'll be the finance department will be sensitive to whatever the board's direction is on that, of course. But operating wise, going to be okay. Just gotta make sure that you don't say, okay, we're in the clear, because you're not. I know that the superintendent's going to also talk about some of the things that they have been doing in order to make sure that we're going to be okay this year. So any questions about anything I've said at this point?
Well, one point you made that I agree with, when we have a referendum effort, we plan in more reserve, enough to have a reserve, which is what we did this time. And it seems like we were crucified for it this time. It was really used against us, and that was very frustrating to me as a board member. That
It is a responsible practice, though, to put a reserve in, especially when you have. I know some districts do it to more extent than the others will, where some districts might have a technology reserve or curriculum adoption reserve or something for and some folks will say, well, are they hiding money from the union or whatever? No, you disclose these things out in public. You know that a curriculum adoption is not cheap, and when it comes up, it's a very usually it's a large pill to swallow. And then, depending on how you do your technology replacements, some facilities, things that come up, it's prudent to have different reserves. And in this case, I'm glad we did, because we were able to internally borrow from that curriculum reserve, and then we're going to pay it back once the taxes come in. So a reserve is a very prudent practice, and it's one that I would advise to continue to do.
Chuck, when talking about a reserve, what is a good amount to keep in your reserve account?
I would make just a general reserve, at least 1 month of local payroll, maybe 2. Different boards up and down the state do have board policies on reserves. I haven't looked to see if Indian River does, but I've seen practices of 1 month, which is usually 2 pays. I've seen practices, I think, of 4 or 5 payrolls, but that might be something to look up and down the state and see which districts have reserve policies, and maybe adopt one and have that as a practice. And that's over and above any specific targeted reserve, like a tech reserve or a curriculum reserve. And these are things that you can go into if you're in a financial situation where you need to. But I just go with board policy on that and see what's out there.
Can I ask a question? So I have a question about, if we continue to have expenses that we need to go to referendum, is it possible, as a school district, that we can not go into deficit spending, where we just stay within a budget so that we can continue to pay our operating expenses without ever having to go to referendum? Is that a possibility of having an operating budget like that?
There is a possibility, depending on what your rate is, and if you set it to the point where where money keeps coming in and it covers your obligations, and if your growth. I know Indian River has traditionally been a growing district. One of my districts I worked in is Appoquinimink, and I know that growth there sustained things. And most of the time Appoquinimink went out for referendum, it was as an adjunct to a capital referendum, major capital, because they were building so often. So when you went out for one, you might as well take a look at what's my need on the other. That was Appoquinimink's philosophy. But depending on your growth, it could sustain you for a while. The Delaware system, I'm trying to think if there are probably some districts that haven't gone out for a while. I wouldn't know who they are, but it seems like it's designed for that tipping point to happen at some point, especially depending on what your salary increases end up being.
One thing I'd like to point out is that on June 30th, our reserve, including curriculum, uniforms, different things like that, it was 4.5 million. And as of 8/10, it was 9.6 million. So you can see how quickly we go through that in the July through September timeframe.
Did you just say that's what our reserve is?
Yeah, well, our holding accounts. So that includes everything that was left in local funds.
Well, I guess let me ask, what is our reserve? Like, how many payrolls do we have in reserve?
How many payrolls? So as of June 30th or as of 8/10?
Well, as Mr. Longfellow was saying, he recommended that we have 1 to 2 months of reserve. So I'm just asking.
Well, we don't actually have any reserve funds left. These are other targeted reserve accounts that so when we went to referendum, there were specific ones like curriculum, and out of that $9 million, curriculum makes up, sorry, I'm gonna find it here, 5.5 million.
Right. Hey, Kathy, let me jump in here, because I did a little bit of this. I actually had that question myself, so I calculated it before the meeting. So the only thing that I would really call a reserve is what we call the curriculum reserve, which right now is currently standing at 5.45 million. That's the curriculum reserve. Indian River does not appear to have a traditional, like a salary reserve, just a general reserve. unless I'm not seeing it somewhere on the sheet. That might be something that board policy could be set up to do. Some districts will just have a reserve that they keep in there to make sure that they have that. And it's kind of important for Indian River because you get so little equalization money that comes from the state, because the state considers you all a wealthy district by their standards. So besides that 5.45, the local fund, as of yesterday, 98,000, had 1.9 million in it. The indirect cost fund had 1.8 million in it. And usually that runs lower than that, but because we had all that COVID money, we were able to assess indirect cost against that. So some of that did build up, and that does help us out. Medicaid cost recovery, there's 630,000 in there. And, that could, I know the district sometimes uses that to do supplies for nurses and so forth, but it's also flexible money that you can use. That in total is 4.3. When you add that to the 5.4 in the reserve, that's 9.7. I predict with the 1.75 million local per pay, we've got 4 payrolls before October 15th, and that would be 7 million. 5 payrolls, if our taxes don't come in until like after the 17th, is 8.75 million. But remember, you're going to receive some tax money from the county in August and September that will help that out. That's why I say you're going to be okay. Just if there's anything that you can hold back a little bit on the non-salary side that comes out of local funds, please do. So hopefully, did you all get that math? Does it work out for you?
So you're saying that we have reserve funds just scattered through different categories, so nothing designated as a true payroll reserve fund?
Correct. I wouldn't call the other stuff reserve. The only thing I would call a reserve is what you all call the curriculum reserve.
Which is because it was part of our referendum as a state set aside, that's not really money we can use. We're supposed to borrow but pay back.
That's right. We will pay that to the extent we use that to meet payroll obligations. Once the taxes come in late October, we will pay that back.
So we're not required to have a specific payroll reserve fund?
We actually do set aside 8.1 million, but we did go through those funds already. What happens is when the taxes come in, we'll transfer 8.1 million into a reserve account, but I think this year we transferred it in April back into operating to cover payroll and operating costs.
Mr. Steele, can you briefly go through how that whole cycle works with, we have a referendum, we have funds that last for so long, and then we eventually go into, it runs out, deficit spending, all of that. Can you sort of briefly share that?
Well, due to inflation and those sort of things, you have a 5-year cycle that you go through. And sort of where we are as a superintendent, I would always look at our local share, our local reserve line item in the budget. And I think at the end of June, that was about 14.5. But I think what I'm hearing now is I have a little better grasp, because what we've always used as a reserve in the past, and Jerry, you tell me if I'm wrong, you and Liaga, but I think the monies that we need to pay July, August, September payrolls, we would always consider, well, we've got the reserve for that. Realistically, that we should refer to that as reserve money. That should be the payroll money that we know we gotta pay. So that really, we should stop counting that as a reserve and put that to the side. And once we take that out and put it to the side, then the actual, what we would call reserve number drops dramatically. And just taking a look, Michelle, if you're looking at a 1 month reserve or a 2-month reserve, I just calculate that here somewhere. If you went with a 3-month reserve, that means you would want about a 10.5 million in your actual reserve, not counting your payroll, but your actual reserve. So realistically, realistically, if we were looking at that, then Tammy's calculation of about the last referendum, in order to get to that point, even though we thought it was high, that was probably, I hate to say it, probably where it needed to be, to get to a true reserve. And that would be a 3-month reserve for payroll, and it would be for payroll only. Now, when we get into the curriculum, Renee, you'd have to step in here a little bit and help me there. You know, we have to look at the curriculum reserve that's kind of bailing us out right now. And with that curriculum reserve, you know, where are we in curriculums? I mean, the cost of curriculums, I used to think are a lot less than what they used to be in most instances, because everything now tends to be online. You know, how much of that curriculum money is protected for us to use in an emergency to borrow from is a question I think we need to answer too.
So to answer that right now, any curricula that we would need to support for this school year has already been renewed. And with the new secondary ELA pilot, we shared at the board meeting that we were using a combination of funding sources, and a lot of that was from federal Title I monies. So for elementary, when CKLA was purchased, that was a 6-year contract. The math curricula for both, that has already been renewed. So no further funds should have to come out of curriculum reserve. Anything that we may need, such as novels, I'm purchasing some IB textbooks right now, that's gonna have to come from those other funding sources that we mentioned.
Would it be helpful if, when we have our monthly financial reports, to see the accounts that we can borrow from for payroll, and the reserve broken out, so that we can track that a little bit better as board members?
That's, I think that's a good practice. One tool that I used in a couple districts I worked in was something I call the cash flow report. And so, 3 times a year, you all as a board will approve a financial position report. And so it's trying to assess your ability to make payroll after, with carryover funds or funds on October 15th. And so if you do something like that every month, that the financial advisory or your CBOC, whatever you call the committee that the board gets, it's a transparent way of you knowing, where do I stand? And then if you build up some history on that too, you could even see what was my October spend this year versus my October spend last year. And then you ask the question, well, maybe last year was a 3-pay month and this year's not, this, and then those kind of things. Also just a salary tracker, so you know what the local salary and the tuition salary is each payroll, so that you can compare that. It's just a transparency tool, and it gives you kind of a heads up if you see anything weird there. The comment that was made about a reserve to get you through 2 or 3 months, I think that's an awesome thing if you can do it. And you don't have to generate that all in the first year after a referendum either. You could just build that up over, a few years. And then maybe after that, then, that stream could become operating money, or some districts will do like a different rate each year or something. You've seen that before, and I think you've done that before. So, but I think that's a good strategy.
Mr. Longfellow, along those same lines, typically, as Mr. Steele said, our referendums can generate about a 5-year window until we need to go back out, and we've operated in that regard. This is the longest stretch since our previous current expense. It was 2017, and a lot of that was due, not a lot, a couple years probably can be attributed to the COVID funds that we received, so that extended us. There has been discussion regarding whether we should look at a smaller package for the community, which would in turn develop a need to go back out at a smaller cadence, maybe every 3 years, what are your thoughts on that? And I know our board has tossed that around as well.
Yeah, I know, you went out last year and it didn't pass, right? So naturally, you're gonna have to do probably a smaller package, refine it, sharpen pencils. Referendum, they're painful no matter what. When you get everybody out there and you have folks that don't quite understand what we do and how we do it sometimes. It's a transparency and accountability thing at the same time as it's really, in another way, it's kind of a distraction from the ongoing work of a school district. So, I mean, I would weigh the effort it takes. I mean, if you operationalize it where it's happening every couple of years and the community gets used to that, and they understand, well, this is what we need to do in order to pay our teachers more so they don't go to other districts, so they don't go to Maryland or wherever. They don't leave the profession entirely. I think it all just depends on what the community's understanding and support is. If you do make smaller ones, you might end up, if you don't pass, you might end up with a bigger one with a longer cadence. But I just think it depends on what your community's used to. I know in Christina, when I was up there, you try to do it as little as you ever could. In Appoquinimink, you would end up doing them every few years because they would be coupled with a major capital efforts. That's the other thing to look at. Do you have any CNs out there, certificates of necessity, that you think may be granted by the state? And if that happens, well, if you're already making the effort to ask the taxpayers for major capital authorization to issue debt for major capital, then you might as well at the same time ask for operating money. So that's a consideration too. What is your cadence of major capital needs?
So Jay, for the board, for the rest of us, maybe, and I agree with what Kelly said, and this is no reflection on the financial staff that we have here or the way but maybe we need to change the presentation on a monthly basis for the finance side of it. Now, granted, I know we get this, minor cap, it's this money, we spent this much and da-da-da. But maybe for the purpose of salaries and the expenses that we would have that would warrant a referendum every 5, whatever years it would be, maybe it would do us justice to format a report where we compare, and I know we can't go back, but if we start with September now, and it would probably come into October's meeting, but you have a breakdown of the expenses that you have. For example, I'll use salaries. That breakdown becomes whether it's administrators, whether it's teachers, whether it's substitutes, or whatever. And it would go probably by school. And then the same thing with, I'll say, electricity. The same thing goes for those schools, so that if you look September, October, November, and all of a sudden you look in December or January and you're like, and I know I can use the school because it won't be here, but I'm like, Millsboro Middle went from electric bill of being $25,000 to all of a sudden now we're up to $42,005. Why? So that's a $20,000, and I'm just putting those figures right there. But that's something that on a monthly basis, we could question, and they'd be able to go back, and then we would in turn go back to our schools and say, look, here's what you were spending, and then all of a sudden this happened. $20,000 came up in every line item that we have on that budget. It's the same way, and, we've heard in the past, we have schools that it varies on whether you have trash pickup one day a week, whether you have 4, what do you call them things? Dumpsters, or you have 3, or you have whatever. So I think it's probably time now, because we've been blessed in the years prior to this that money hasn't really been an object, or we've been able to go to referendum and it passes. Well, we've seen it twice, not knowing what the future holds. I just think that maybe we're better off with a financial, and I think Mr. Longfellow said, like a cash flow thing on a monthly basis, so we actually see the meat and potatoes of it, not this, not this report out here that says this is what's encumbered, this is what is this. I just think it might give us more of an insight on where the spending is going.
I
And
agree.
we can break
I
it down
agree.
to line items like, yes, let it be salaries, let it be the utility side of it, let it be any cost that goes into our quote payroll that would need to be for that two pay periods that, Mr. Longfellow's always saying that we need to have. I'd always heard in the past that we needed more than two, the reserve was, we were looking at a $14, $15 million reserve. Well, if he's saying two pay periods, and I'm not holding you to it, I know it can fluctuate by district, that would give us some leeway in getting some budgets squared away. That's a personal opinion.
And to piggyback off that, hold them more accountable. When I say that is, if we see schools in Selbyville Middle, their overtime is above and beyond the other schools, we can question, well, why is that? Some of the school budgets, they go over. Is there any accountability? You're given this budget, you have to stay within that budget. If you're going out, report to us what the exception is, why you're going outside. Not to pick on athletics, I'm a big athletic fan. Athletic directors are doing a great job, but it was reported to us that every athletic department was over budget this year. We gave them the budget. Why did we allow them to go over budget? Where's the accountability for that?
I just wanted to make 2 points, too, on everything that's being discussed. Looking at human behavior, if we want buy-in on whatever we choose to do with the next referendum, if that's the route we're going to go, systematically, we have to desensitize the feeling out there, the feeling of maybe not trusting the district. We have to look at what we can do as a board to create buy-in. And I think it has to happen in a systematic process. I've said this before, in increments of what we're asking. I think last time we went out with a big bang because we need it. But I think it's easier for people to swallow if it's in smaller increments over a shorter period of time, as Dr. Owens was mentioning. The other thing on what you're saying, Leolga, for my purposes personally, it helps me understand, all the papers that we get with financial reports. If there was an overall cover sheet that was a comprehensive analysis of what is happening. I remember when Chris interviewed Chris Parker, he said that he tells a story. And that speaks to me because then I understand the financial story of where we're at, what we're spending, what schools are over budget, more itemized in that way, and what we can do to maybe improve our spending. So I just appreciate all the comments. Thank you.
I think the report, Doug, is a great idea.
Yes,
And
I agree.
if it's done where it could be shared and the public could see it, it makes it a whole lot easier for us.
Yeah.
When we go out and people see it,
We
to
understand.
explain. Because, we see the massive reports we get, and, there's a few line items you tend to gravitate to see where you are. And if it's something that we could put out there and just, hey, it's a great transparency activity for us as a board, put it out there for people to see. This is our expenditures to the month. Any ideas on what we can do, get some community ideas? The only way we're gonna pass a referendum, if we get to that point, the only way we're gonna pass it, we have got to utilize and get public trust in the board. If we have trust in what we're doing and how we're doing it, we can sell it a lot easier. And there's a lot of things gotta be done to get to that point. And, we gotta be mindful. We can't go out there and try to take a bite and eat 3/4 of the sandwich. We've gotta take a smaller bite and be mindful of what we're doing. And I think it's a twofold process. I think we gotta do that, but at the same time, we have got to curb expenditures somehow in what we're pumping out. And You know, I'm glad to hear that we have creative ways to look on how we can save local funds, you know, because we're not gonna sit, the 10 of us probably aren't gonna sit there and know that. And I think, you know, sitting in that seat, I can tell you in Jay's seat, you know, sometimes somebody like Chuck, you know, or Chris comes along, Kathy, you know, they can give you a little bit of insight on, well, you could do this, and as long as it's legally fine and upfront, and we tell people what we're doing, I don't think people have a problem with that. I think they're gonna look at that and think, wow, they're really trying to do every single thing to squeeze every single penny out of that dollar. So yeah, I just think there's a lot of things we can do, but, you know, this definitely gives us a better idea, I think, of where we are. I've just done some quick calculations, looking on 26 page, 27 page at 1.75 million. And if we wanted to go, you know, a 2-pay reserve or a 3-pay reserve, you know, we'd be somewhere around it. The 3-pay reserve, if we wanted a 3-pay reserve, we'd need to have income, you know, current expense income around $57 million. We're currently at 46, 47?
Yeah, almost 47.
Yeah. So, you know, we're still, in order to have what it is we would want for a 3-pay, and if we consider it 2-pay, that would knock that number down about another 3.4 million. So, you know, it's definitely smaller than I think we were looking at before. But the other thing is, we need to do some trimming to make it even farther, to get that number down as much as we can get it down. And go from there. We need to last this, we can get through a year without having to do a referendum, be a godsend. I can tell you that now. To just give us a little breathing room and be able to take a look and build a community trust.
Well, I think to Mr. Payton's point, we have got to stick to budgets. I think we have to stick to budgets. We can't afford to go over. I think we have to make the assumption that we're not gonna pass another referendum. You just have to plan for that. 2 referendums failed, and we passed 10% tax rate increase, and that did not go over well. So, I think we really need to stick to our budget, and if there's a way we can plan to not go into deficit spending, that's what we need to do. I do have one question for you, Mr. Longfellow. You mentioned that the state Department of Education considered our district a wealthy district. Can you explain a little bit more what that means, what the criteria is for that?
Yes, that's for the equalization program. If you do look in that big budget document, you'll see Division III equalization, and that is supposed to help smooth out to some degree. It doesn't really do a wonderful job of it, but it does some kind of job of it between districts that have high property wealth per unit and districts that do not. And so Indian River and Cape both receive, I think, the lowest in the state equalization money per unit, and it's probably because of your beach properties and all of those kind of things. So that puts you all in a kind of a unique, you and Cape in a unique situation where you don't receive much of that. There are some districts where their equalization money can carry them all the way through October. You are not one of those. So for that, when you talk about reserve, like I went back and looked, and I think Appoquinimink has their board policy, I think, has a 5-pay reserve. And now they're in a situation where they've chewed through that, but I'm glad that they had it. So in your case, you know, your equalization money only covers part of your first payroll in July. It doesn't even cover a full payroll. And so between that and some other state money you receive, you're relying on whatever you carry over until September, October, when the taxes come in. I mean, really, if I were the CFO and you said, hey, money is money and votes are no object, how much do you think we need in the reserve? I would say I want enough to cover the second payroll in July. August is another 2, September is another 2, October could be 1 or 2. That's 7 payrolls. That's a lot of money. So, you know, I don't know offhand what 7 times 1.75 is, but that would be the number. But I know that you have a constituency that you have to also listen to, and you can't just raise that on the snap of a finger. You'd have to build that up over time.
So cycle for a referendum, but I know that's kind of been instilled in the process for years and years. But if you look on it as a John Q. Public, and I take myself away from the board and how it's structured, it would be hard for me to understand the concept of you spend and spend and spend until you don't have any more, and then you go ask somebody else for it, and if they decide not to give it, luckily, well, I don't know that that's luckily, then you're almost like you're doing a loan, so that's our case here. And on the lucky side of that is the fact that we do have $5.4 million in curriculum. But, you know, in your own household, doing these monthly things, you realize that at some point in time, it's like, hey, my money's gonna run out by the end of the year. So, you know, am I gonna buy a new car? Am I gonna do, or am I gonna do the basics? And I think with these reports, any report that we get, and I did turn around to our new finance person, and he said we can work on reports getting that. I think it would then better enable us to be able to make not as drastic a decisions as we had to make when we had to cut a whole lot of people this time, but we can look at it at that point in time and say, hey, we need to lay this out here on the table now. We're $750,000 away from being on what our budget is. So we start to look at it maybe then in January and February, moving forward to this next September school year, as opposed to just blatantly going out here and having to cut however many positions we cut this year all at one time, because people are like, well, I don't understand. You were fine with me while I was here, and now all of a sudden I'm gone. Why? Well, here's the reason why. And I do think we have to program ourselves to be more transparent with the public. We have to be, I'm not saying that we haven't been, but in a different way, be more honest with the public. And I think that we have to put it out here to the public. We can't just say, you know, you can come to a board meeting and you can hear it, or you can do whatever. I mean, we've got to have it on the website, wherever people are. We just got to be able to do it, because I agree with Dr. Parson. I don't see us passing a referendum anytime soon. No matter who, no matter what part of it we do, or who does the lead, or whatever. I think we're going to have to, as my parents would say, you're going to have to live within your means. And your means are a lot less than what we used to be. But I do appreciate you saying that we're going to be able to do that. And I'll give you a couple weeks to be able to do it.
I couldn't agree more.
And y'all are right. Transparency brings trust. That's the absolute truth. And then even tightening everything. I mean, you did mention the thing about trash pickups. That's a real thing. I mean, it got so bad in one time in one district I was in that we went around and asked the custodians, hey, how full is that dumpster when they come pick it up? Can we spread these pickups, you know, so that we have, you know, less tipping fees? I mean, it's all that little stuff. You got to do the big things and the little things in order to make it work. Just another comment though about budgeting. So there's two sides to that. One is, okay, maybe a school busted their budget and they shouldn't have because of that number, but was that number a sufficient number in the first place? So that's just something to think about too, is, you know, are we doing top-down budgeting, bottom-up budgeting, or are we really listening to what the needs are too? Because there's a minimum that you need to run a school, and I don't know what that is, but the people running that school do. So part of this also might be just to make sure we have a good budgeting process, and we are hearing and responding to the absolute door opener needs that we have. So I don't know if that's the case or not, but when I hear that every school is busting their budget by 20K, that tells me either they don't respect the process or we're not budgeting correctly, and I don't know what the answer is.
I just want to make a comment. There was very few that actually exceeded their school budgets. Some had purchase orders that they closed so that they brought them back within their means for their school budgets. The athletic budgets were a little bit complicated this year because we did take the EPR part out of it, and we moved it into another account. And so with the increased transportation costs and officials, because the officiating costs really skyrocketed, the transportation skyrocketed. And I'm not saying that some of the schools couldn't adjust a little bit more and be a little bit more conservative, but in light of that, I think there was a little bit of unknown factor, I guess, because taking that EPR out and it kind of threw the schools off a little bit. That would be the one factor, but generally speaking, I think they definitely try to stay within their budget.
So you're saying they didn't egregiously overspend?
I don't think they egregiously, some of them may have, there were comments like, oh, well,
they'll find
what are
the
they
money.
gonna do, you know? So, that's not an acceptable comment or answer, but, just, I wanted to put it on the record for the schools that their regular school budgets were, in pretty good shape.
Is there anything we
Great.
can do to keep that level of understanding with the schools that this is what we're expecting?
Yes, I think that they've heard pretty loud and clearly that they have to be within their budgets. Now, again, this year, we're asking them to take a 10% cut in their school budgets, and I've already explained to them that they should take their prior year and subtract 10% until we do our preliminary budgets and things like that, until it's confirmed or finalized. So,
But I believe you also communicated with principals not to do spending here at the beginning of the year unless it's absolutely necessary, but in that event, to contact your office first.
yes, we did send that information out. What Chuck was referring to is like non-payroll spending, to be conscientious of it, and if there's anything, expenditures that you can put off until October or later, then please do so.
And I think we were talking about the process, and again, this goes back to, it's probably putting a lot of work on, well, it's not putting a lot, it's putting more work on the finance office. But along those same lines there, with the budgets that the schools have, we probably need to be able to monitor them, to a point where it used to be, we closed the gate after the horse got out instead of closing it before, so they may or they may not have done a purchase order, they may have done a blanket one for $50,000, and then there was no control over little control over what they spent that $50,000 on because they had a purchase order for it. Again, I think we're gonna have to remember that we're more like a business now, and those kind of plans are gonna have to change. They're gonna have to understand that, there's the board that sets policy, that sets stuff for the finance office, that then sets stuff for the schools to do. And there has to be, some repercussions for it if they don't follow it. And unfortunately, in the past, and we know it whether we want to agree with it or not, they've been lax in doing that. So the thing is, they'll find the money somewhere, or we're not gonna worry about it, we're gonna do it. But as a whole, I think we, as the board, need to let the finance office know that we will support you in your structure and whatever you think, you bring it to us, whatever your recommendations are that you think we can follow to put us back in a spending pattern where we need to be instead of all over the board. I think it's gonna take.
That brings up a question of procedure in the schools. If I'm a teacher and I want to spend money and I put in that order, that goes to the finance secretary. Before it goes to your office, the principal approves or disapproves it?
Yes.
Is that how that works?
Yes,
And then if the principal approves it, it comes to your office?
yes.
But it doesn't
We
always.
require, one of the rules is that they are supposed to, the schools are to do purchase orders for all purchases. It doesn't always happen, they do some direct claims. But in general, they do purchase orders, and the purchase orders usually have backup of what they want to intend to purchase with the purchase order, and then the administrative assistant sends it in, approves it, and then the principal approves it, and then it comes to our office for approval. We review what they intend to purchase, and then, but they do get a little bit away with the direct claiming, and I'll send an email out saying, enough of the direct claiming, you have to do purchase orders for all of your purchases, except for like transportation, in child nutrition.
And then do you get
So-
cooperation?
I'm sorry?
Do you get cooperation when you do that?
Yes, generally I do. So I think I've noticed actually a little bit this past month that I want to start cracking down again, because I think it's just the beginning of the fiscal year, the new school year, so.
Typically, when you get direct claims. What I have discovered is it's from lack of pre-planning far in advance. So just the constant reminders of, you have this event coming up, if you need supplies, then get your PO going. Don't wait until the last minute.
I'd venture to say, I probably would have an administrative meeting after this workshop, and I would set my building principals down, and I would just let them know, this isn't going to be tolerated anymore. We're just not going to do it. If you neglect something, there's not going to be a direct claim, it's not going to be processed. It's just not going to happen. And, you know, in finance, tell me if I'm wrong, that's the number one spot. You've got to have accountability. You have to have it. And the principal of that building, you know, we should now probably mandate, you should have a monthly meeting with your AD, which I know I used to, Todd Furman, to find out where we are, what you're doing, how much, are we in budget? That stuff's gotta happen now. I mean, of any time period we've got, this should be a normal practice with our administration team and our school administrative team. And they shouldn't rely on somebody else to know how to run the business side of school. As a principal, you've gotta know that. You have to know what you're doing and what you're spending. So I do think that, you know, coming out of what I'm hearing this morning, there needs to be a lot more accountability. Because I don't like hearing, well, some people, we say this, but some people don't. That just fingers on a chalkboard with me. I hate to hear that.
And
They all
I'm
should
not
be
in the
following the same
schools, and I
process.
don't know what their emergencies are exactly, so coming at the back end of it, you know, I just have to like remind them, and they do start complying. Like, there's like 56 POs, like, people are doing them, they do them, and, you know, they will comply again when I send
But
an
we've
email,
also
for the
heard
most
this
part.
theme of frustration
Yes.
in your office, of, you know, pushing it,
Yes.
and we have to put a boundary.
So that's the thing, with our principals, the principal needs to be held accountable. So if that's not happening, if Jim was here, that's probably a verbal
Reprimand.
warning.
First
And
time.
then there's, you know, because if not, they're gonna get away with it. And until we start implementing something, they're gonna continue to do it. And, you know, again, we need to put the meat and the teeth into the finance office and support them when it says, you know, if you make policy, we make policy as a board, not policy that, well, it could go in there. But we say, this is how it's gonna be handled, then it needs to be handled that way. And if it's not, well, then somebody has to answer for it. And it shouldn't be you guys, they shouldn't get aggravated or with you all, you're doing what you've been told to do, so they shouldn't get upset with you for doing your job.
What's the expectation for budgeting this year at the new Sussex Central High School? And to some degree, but not as much, the middle school? I mean, you have an entirely new building coming online. Things are unknown. I'm certain that there's a really great estimate, but at the end of the day, it's an estimate and there's no proven data for operating that building.
Well, we have data from when, obviously, the old Sussex Central High School, so presumably it would be approximately the same.
For the
The new
middle.
one, there's gonna be a lot of efficiencies with so there is no way of telling that. That, you know, is controlled at the district level mostly, not at the school budget level. They still have the same amount of students, so,
It's hard to
that-
project when you have a totally different building, I think is what the point is.
yes.
Yes.
But your point is well taken, because Mrs. Smith warned us along the way, moving into especially that new school, larger footprint, that there was unknown regarding operation and efficiencies. Being a new building, should be quite efficient, but it is a new building.
But we don't get any, our energy allocation from the state is based off of, unit count. So even though if our unit count remains the same, but we add an entire large building, we're not getting any additional energy monies for
Right.
that. So that's gonna potentially be a larger cost to our
So if I
local
put an
fund.
addition on my house, I'm not getting more money, you know, to heat that. I have to put that within my financial planning and budget.
I have a question, and please bear with me, because I'm still stuck on the comment about we'll probably never pass another referendum. I don't know if it's for Chuck, Jay, or Mark. And it's going to show my ignorance. But, okay, so we just held a referendum which was designed to give us operating costs and other fees that we thought we needed. My understanding of school finance is you get certain amounts of money generated from the taxpayers to pay these different areas, and you use that money until that money runs out, and then you go back for more. But you're saying we may not ever get more. So in Delaware, aren't schools, the school funding designed to go back to the taxpayers every so often to get the funding we need? For example, most schools, the enrollments are growing, so you need more funding to hire the people because they're getting more, they have more students. With more students, there's a need for more services, more materials, everything increases. So on a year-to-year basis, expenses are going to increase. So we're saying we're going to use what we currently have, but what we currently have can't continue to fund what we'll need year to year because everything continues to increase. Am I missing something there?
No, I don't think you're missing anything, Ivan. I think we're in a different era. And, we have been cruising in Sussex County with a tax rate that was always so low that, people really didn't overwhelmingly ever support referendums here. You really had to go out and beat the bushes to get them to come out and vote for it. But I think now it's become more prevalent with social media. I know the last couple of days I've seen a lady who comes on, and she always starts her things off, well, I'm doing this for entertainment, but yet she starts picking up a certain topic and she sort of starts blasting it. And I know she was on this latest 10% issue in yesterday's legislative session. And, as long as you have that presence on social media, you're going to have people always going to believe that. And, in some sense, could she be true in some cases? Probably. Is she wrong in some cases? Probably. But there's a lot of people will see it one way or the other, and it's clear cut. So we're having to overcome that now. What I think, I just think that the referendum process that you're seeing in Delaware is probably antiquated.
Absolutely.
And I really do think you're going to see, within the next couple of years, you're going to see a change in how schools are funded. I think you're going to see it's not a fact of, do we want to make that change? I think it's going to be a fact, we have to make that change.
Sure.
Because if it continues that way, the only way you can meet your budget, if you can't get an increase, is cut. And somewhere along the line, you're going to have to cut deep enough where people are going to feel the pain. And I hate to say that. Should never be that way, because who's going to end up feeling the pain? Kids. And that's a shame, because really they don't have any say in this, and until that happens, I really don't know if you would muster the support. If you look at the last presentation that Jimmy Wheatley did, the number of people 60 and above that voted in that referendum was immense. And that's a snapshot of our community, because if you take a look at the growth in our community, a vast part of it, senior citizens. And there's no anchor, no stake that they have in the school system. What really kind of let me down, I thought, is the fact that if you look at the age group of our parents, we barely scratched the percentage of parents coming out, which means either the parents aren't happy with the education kids are getting, either the parents don't know and don't follow, but in any case, we've got to find out. And if we have to go back and try, we better make sure we've done a lot of stuff different than what we've done in the past, and make sure people see it, know it, and realize it. And it's going to take a lot of face time, take a lot of meetings with the public, in order to do that.
Well, I want to go back and say, we actually do increase our revenue through our tax rate that we, even without a referendum, it's a tax rate. So every year, they're sending income to the school. And if there's more growth here, that means more homes, more people paying property taxes. So we do get an increase in our income every year. So I think it is still possible to remain within budget without going to referendum. And we'll see what the future holds about future funding. Who knows what that is, and who knows when that'll happen. Like
I
most
think-
things, probably not
Yes.
soon.
I have a
In theory, in theory, you're right. So say, I don't know what your growth rate is in students and units and property, but let's just say that the assessed value, non-reassessment year, let's just say that the assessed value of your property goes up 5% because you've got, just a lot of building going on and so forth. Now, if that's all residential, inland residential, and it comes with kids and your enrollment grows by 5% and your units grow with 5%, then you're just maintaining, except if you've got a 2% staff raise that year, then you're falling behind by that 2%. Now, if your assessed value of property increases faster than your costs and your enrollment growth and all that kind of stuff, then you could have a situation where your growth will stretch out the length of time that you need a referendum. One of the antiquated things, besides the referendum system about Delaware school funding, is that most of the dollars that you receive from the state have strings, not just strings, ropes, chains attached to it. You cannot, there's so many of the dollars you have almost no flexibility with. There are a few dollars where you have flexibility. In most states, when the state sends you money, they send you money for the most part, and it's flexible. And there are some targeted funds where you have strings attached, but for the most part, the state money is flexible. And so if you didn't fill a position, you still have that state money to use for something else. Or maybe you have 10 teacher vacancies. Well, guess what? You still get the state money and you can use it to bring some paras on or something like that, something different. In Delaware, you don't. The money is highly prescriptive in Delaware. So I don't know what the funding commission is doing. We're stuck on, and there's lots of philosophies on the unit system, the pros and cons of it. But I'm telling you, that's antiquated. And as long as we're stuck in this same construct, we're going to be stuck in this antiquated referendum system. And so I would love it if your assessment growth outpaced your cost growth, but it's not probable. It's just not probable in any district.
So I'll add to what Dr. Parsons was saying. We do see an increase in local revenue, but from our referendum presentation, our local increase was 3.55%. Our operating cost increased 7.4%.
And that was my point. We have
Yes.
increasing costs all the time.
Yes. And part
some
of that,
which,
I'll
yeah.
give you an example, like he's saying, the chains from the state. Mental health units, it's a great service for kids. It was a $1.8 million local cost to us, just on the local portion of the salary. So those are the mandates that tie our hands and increase our expenses much more than our revenue increases. So
And from
it's a-
time to time, you have to increase pay because we have to keep the good teachers
We've
that we
gotta be
have.
competitive.
So we have to,
Right.
when we negotiate, so those are things that are beyond our control that increase our costs beyond the taxes that we bring in my opinion.
So
But that
pay
makes you
family
think, then,
leave.
does the state, because they're always talking about, if you go deficit spending, that term they use, for the lack of a better term, the takeover of the district, of the schools, is that what they're looking, or is that what we're going to, where you hear them say, well, there should be only three, whatever, because we have three counties, then you only have one superintendent, you only have
Right.
one this, and you only have
Three-
one whatever,
yeah.
are they looking to
County
combine them
school
with that?
boards.
And
That's
then
what they
they take it over, so then there's no longer then the schools are run by the state, not by the district.
Correct.
And
And you're
I'd
told
like
what
to-
your taxes will be. You're just told.
I'd like to have the belief that we can
Right.
and will pass a referendum. If you sit down with the people that voted against it, listen to what they say. We have a lot of work to do. They don't trust the board. We hide things, we're secretive, we're wasteful. So if, like Mark says, we keep a tight budget, we educate the public, we be more transparent, find out what the reasons are, why they voted no, and turn their thoughts around, and I believe we can. But it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a long haul to change their
I
minds, but
think we
find
have
out
to
why
start-
they
We
voted
have to
no.
start early planning and be strategic if we're going to do that. I just think it's a vicious process, and in the end, eventually, the student pays the cost. They're the victim.
I don't think it stops at the student, though. It really ends at the community because we will have higher crime, higher unemployment.
Lower property values.
Yeah, lower property values. So I think it's easy for people to dismiss voting in a referendum by saying, well, I don't have kids, I don't have a stake here. But if you live in a community and you enjoy feeling safe, if you enjoy just some of the aspects of community life, then, or going to the doctor and not waiting a year to get in there or to see a specialist, then, you know, you need, I mean, that's, to me, where education shows, is in the community, and it doesn't just stop at the child.
Well, to your point, the number one reason I heard that people in my district did not support the referendum was due to the low performance of the students faced nationally. So we have an opportunity for a win-win. If we increase the performance of our students, we'll increase the support of our community, and probably much more likely to support anything that we ask, that we need, if they, like you said, you know, engendering that trust and transparency. So that was the number one concern that constituents had.
I heard that a lot, Dr. Parsons, and my fear all along with that has been cuts now make it harder to recover those test scores later. And I understand people not wanting to invest in something that they're not going to see an immediate return on, but it's going to set back the gains.
They're holding us accountable.
I understand that too. It just makes it a lot harder to come back from that.
It could be
So not
harder,
only
but
a
that's what they
budget,
want.
We need to be, I mean, I understand about the budget and all that, we need to figure out a game plan for what do we do to get test scores up? So it's a domino effect. You do one, you get the other one. Yes, I understand that we need the money and all that, but we also need to be in the limelight of saying that at least Indian River, our test scores have gone up. I don't know what it is. I don't have a crystal ball to see it, but I think that's a thing that we need to be focused on that as well, because our test scores do need to go up. I mean, we know it, so how do we get our test scores to go up?
Yeah, I got this a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, Jimmy Wheatley put on Facebook the AP scores, I think, in
Yeah.
Sutton
Yeah.
Central High School.
Yeah.
It was this great article,
Yeah.
and very informative. And, you know, you look at the article, and you can see, and I looked at them before while I was, you know, working on the referendum stuff. So there's a big jump. And then my question was, well, where's Indian River? So I sent the principal a text message and said, I just saw this nice, beautiful AP results out on Facebook. It would be great if our other high school could do the same thing. Here's what we don't do. Our PR is not good. We've got to be more proactive in getting things out. We have to, because I hear something, well, I didn't know that, I didn't hear about that. You know, and you have people limited. You know, there are still some newspapers that we get things to, that people follow, the local newspapers. But online and things like that, we can't just throw it on the Facebook page and assume Indian River is going to irsd.net every day. It's got to get out more. You know, we have to be able to, even as board members, I saw somebody put something out about, you know, going out and hold coffee meetings and stuff. That's good stuff, because they want a face to look at and be able to hold you accountable, you know, as an elected person. You know, we need to get out and polish our image. Now, the test is coming up on actually right after the next topic. Then we're going to talk about testing. And I think we need to intertwine everything we do, and we've got to do it differently. Because it's like I said, it's 100 times. It ain't going to change if you don't do something different. So there's no use to expect a different outcome if you don't do something different. But I think if we systematically do things, to the public sees us so much, they almost get tired of seeing it, but at least they know what we're doing and the topics we want to get across to them. I think that's the only way that we're gonna be able to get positive results. And not huge chunks, but I think we can get positive results if we do that. But we have to do something right out of the chutes. One of the reasons I wanted to do that this year was that we need to have some good, solid discussions on what and how we think we need to proceed. And sort of give these guys some direction and preparation on, look, we're gonna do some things different, here's what we want done different, here are our expectations. And, you know, that's a big thing. That is a big, 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 big thing. And we have gotta get things out more to get people to understand what we're doing.
I've talked to some teachers, they agree that the test scores need to come up, but they also said, and I believe it, some, that our top students, our achieving students are doing well. We're cranking out attorneys, engineers, doctors. Some of our students are coming in, by no fault of ours, that can't even speak the English language, so they're failing tests, and that's bringing the overall score down. But we are having a lot of success with a lot of students. It's just challenging with the circumstances that we're given.
There's many variables in that result. And I think what you're talking about, Mark, is a unified mission that we have to stand behind and keep that vision as we go forward. That's what it's about.
Kathy, we got off on, you standing there, we need to hone back in on your presentation.
Sorry about that.
Fine, no, it's fine.
I'm sorry for asking the
No,
question.
It's a good question.
But that's, again, just, when you see things coming and they're asking to be done, it's no reflection on what's been done in the past. It's just hopefully maybe some stuff that we, the board and the district can do to make it better on you all, and then make it better, more accountability, let everybody know that we're all in this together.
We could maybe work on strengthening policies or something along those lines as well. So I think a new type of board report, a monthly board report, is a great idea. It's actually something I've been wanting as well a little bit, but, we have had these reports in this format for a while. So I'm happy to hear that you guys are open to a different format, that maybe can portray a different, more financial overview of where the district is. So my hope is that, sorry, but I do hope we do choose to go to referendum to alleviate some of the financial stress, and possibly getting more of our parents to vote yes. And I know as a parent in Milford, I was more apathetic when it came to referendums, because I was like, well, if they want it, somebody will go out there and vote for it. And I was a little less motivated because you're busy, you're going to work, you got to take time off to do the voting, but that was just my, 2 cents. Is there anything else I can help answer? Is there anything that we missed?
I have a question about how the district is preparing for the next stage of paid family leave.
Because the Caretaker Act takes
Yes.
effect in January, which is going to be a whole nother
Right.
money stream.
Yes.
Celeste?
I think you heard an audible sound. We've been given very little direction from the state to date, so we're still waiting to hear information on specifics. It's up to 6 weeks every 2 years. There is a cap on the amount that a person can get, but we haven't heard, can they supplement with time? Then can we, do that?
Right.
Paid parental leave, we have a large number of sub-days that result from paid parental leave in our district, which is great. It's future students who hopefully come to our district, but having that caregiver leave be added on, we have concerns for subs and those kind of things.
Certainly.
So as soon as we know things, we'll keep the board updated. 23-24 school year, we had 4,250 sub-days for paid parental leave alone.
Is there any way to earmark an account for budgeting purposes and?
So one of the things with subs, we have subs for everything, right? We have a big, I don't want to say it's a big sub pot, it's the local sub pot. With paid parental leave, that gets recoded after somebody does their paid parental leave. We get, if they're a classroom teacher only, not a counselor, not a para, not a specialist, not a custodian, no one, nothing else, we do get money back from the state, but we have to recode it, and it's paid to us at the lowest sub rate. We supplement sub rates so that we're competitive. All districts do now. We have to get subs, and we still don't have enough subs. So those we do get back. We can have an estimate of how many people are going to do the paid parental leave, because they have to turn in paperwork to us and all of that. I don't have an idea yet, because we also have employees I fall into that. This summer, I would have been qualified for that. So we have employees at the other end of the spectrum who are kind of in that rubber band, sometimes of both, sometimes of, caregiver for a parent, for a child, et cetera. So until we start it, I think it's gonna be hard to know who will access it.
Right.
Which is not a good answer, but it's kind of, we'll need to look at something, and we will need to earmark additional monies. We just don't know how the state's gonna do that other piece yet. We're still waiting. I know that was a very long answer, but.
And to your point, there could be less planning with that than with the parental leave typically.
Yes. So we'll see how that goes.
And I think that's a tracking too for the same thing the public needs to know. We do subs, so the hours that you just gave us that we had to use subs for family leave. Now, an article goes out that says when the caregiver comes in, you don't know the direct cost of it, but it's gonna have to be funded by us, because we have to do the subs to take care of it. And I also think, with that, sometimes I think our legislators, and I don't disrespect them, don't get me wrong, but I think sometimes our legislators play on that sympathy thing, and that's fine and dandy, but then they don't realize the dollar cost that goes with it.
A few years ago, several of us, some superintendents and personnel directors went to Leg Hall, and we talked about it. We gave information, they asked us questions. And it is a great benefit for staff. I do think it helps attract, but there's always a cost to that on the other end. Not even just the cost, it's students, but it's a benefit that every employee has the ability to access. Do you know what I mean? It's a great employee benefit, but yet there's a cost on the other end.
When it's a policy, an employer has control. When it's a mandate,
Right.
you don't.
Correct.
And preliminary budgets will probably come out September, October.
Yes, I'm definitely trying for September, and that's my goal, to bring it to the September committee meeting. And also, at the end of August, will be, the August board meeting, I'll bring the financial position report for August 31st.
I know we do, but we can discuss, because I think in the past, it's like, here was a preliminary, and this is what we're doing, but we can look at that and discuss whether or not,
To adjust.
right, discuss whether or not we want to change some of the dollars.
Yes, we'll bring it to committee, and you'll be able to, see it first and discuss it, and then we could potentially make changes, and then bring it to the board meeting for official vote.
And will our new finance director be involved in that process?
Well, Chris starts September 15th, so he will.
Is that a yes?
I want to volunteer his time, but I do keep him, we've been keeping, him informed of a lot of things going on, so that he's not like, deer in the headlights when he first starts, so, and Chuck will also be participating. helping me
Yeah,
out.
Scott Kessel and I will be supporting along the way during the process.
Anything else? Mr. Parker, do you have any words of wisdom? Think fast.
Taking it all in, right?
Thank you all for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you for the hard work.
Okay, we're going to move on now to talking about strengthening connections and communication with our stakeholders. I'm going to let Kim kind of take the lead on this one first, and we'll go from there.
Okay, I'm gonna pass out, just a draft, so use the copy, but everybody would just take one. I only copied 10, because I knew there were 8 here, and then for today and May, so hopefully there's enough for everybody to look at. I want to thank Mark for this opportunity to just talk a little bit about showing that we care, giving people a voice, and being good listeners. If we really listen to our stakeholders, our staff in Indian River School District, I think we're going to have a better opportunity to have more buy-in from the staff. What we just previously talked about the referendum, and wanting to have trust, and wanting to have people believe in what we're doing and what our mission is. I think it starts with a survey early in the school year. We'd like to do this in September if it is approved. I did some research and reading on what is really involved in an effective survey in a school system. And there's 5 key areas that are essential in looking at when you do a survey. The first one is effective leadership. The second one is collaborative teachers. The third one is involved families. The fourth one is supportive environment or climate. And the last one is ambitious instruction. In my reading, I found that there's some suggestions before doing a survey or in doing a survey. I'll be real brief, but number 1 is define your goals clearly. What's the why? What's the why behind the survey? Why do we even want to do it? And, communicate that to your group, to the staff, if that's who you're surveying. And that would probably be put in a paragraph at the beginning of this survey, clearly stating to them that we value their input. We want to hear from them as important members of the staff in Indian River School District. And that we want to use this information in making Indian River be the best it can be. Number 2, choose the right tool. So we want to choose a survey that's going to do the why. Number 3, focus on data quality. We want to get accurate data. We want it to be complete. We want to have timelines to drive this adoption, so we will build trust. Number 4, and this is, I think, really critical, and that's protecting anonymity. I'll say that word. In other words, they can be anonymous. We want to boost honest feedback. So I think it's really important that we debrief with our respondents. We want to pilot a small group first to see how it goes, and then do a full rollout. So we'll just get some people that might be our guinea pigs, see how it goes, see if we're doing a good job on the first little mini survey, and then go from there. Number 5 is clear follow-up and reporting plans. Maybe an interactive dashboard at faculty meetings, or share a report that goes out that's comprehensive on what we found out. Be transparent with the people who took the survey and with all of the districts. Number 6, analyze trends. Like when we get our results, spot persistent gaps. What are we not doing that we need to do? Celebrate wins. Put that out there, in our PR. I think it'll help us keep improving if we keep reviewing it and maybe do the surveys from time to time and see if we are improving in our results. And that will fuel, I think, real positive change and impact. I think the respondents have to trust the process and see the value in answering to have the buy-in secured. Keep it simple, so I only came up with 5 key questions in the 5 essential areas. Honesty will definitely cause engagement and foster a review of the analysis that they really trust. And I think in revisiting the data from time to time that we receive will help us have real change, and it'll reduce feedback fatigue. So those were some points I came up with, and if you'll look at your draft, Mark suggested that we not just do the schools individually, but we also do the district as a whole. So some of the questions have like the district added, and we would put a 1 to 5 for school and a 1 to 5 for district. First question, how satisfied are you with the overall quality of your school and of your district? And they would rate that on a 1 to 5, with very dissatisfied to satisfied. And please chime in if you see additions, or, hey, this question, I don't like it, this is why, or this is what I would suggest. Please.
Are you ranking them, or do they just choose one? Or do they put them in order
They choose where they stand individually on the answer to that question.
on that one?
Mhm.
Okay.
Number 2, the quality of teaching and instruction meets my expectations. Strongly disagree, to strongly agree. They would rate that in their school. The next one, I feel that the school environment is safe and secure. Strongly disagree, to strongly agree. Number 4, the school's communication with students and parents is effective. Then they would rate that on a 1 to 5, from strongly disagree to strongly agree. And then number 5, I wrote at the top of the next page, effective and strong leadership enhances my school and then my district, 1 to 5. Strongly disagree to strongly agree. And then under that, which areas should be the top priority for improvement at your school? You have everything from academic programs, facilities and infrastructure, extracurricular activities, communication and engagement, safety and security, technology resources, and then they have a space that they could type in other.
So I guess this is the one I was thinking. Will they rank it like in order versus just choosing one?
They would choose which area, so it's 1 here, but we can change.
Yeah, I would
any-
suggest
Yeah,
that.
so could we probably change it and ask that they prioritize, but do them all? Like, what would be their first one, what would be their second
Absolutely,
one?
we can do
Instead of
whatever you
just
guys
doing one?
suggest.
Or you could, and please, I will help you with this in any way
Right,
that I
please,
can.
we need it.
If we do this in a Google form, you could say, choose your top 3, if you wanted to know those and see what the pattern is across schools. We can do that in a Google form,
Right,
and that data will compile for us.
right. I was thinking a Google Doc would be the best.
Yeah.
All right, so does everybody like that?
The
Top
ranked
3?
choice, yes.
Do you like the top 3, or do you want them ranked all the way?
We can do it however.
I think if
I think
these
the
are
top.
important, I would rank them all,
I'd rank all of
all
them.
of them, I would, yes.
Rank all of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Figure out which one's last. Maybe it's consistent among everybody.
Which one seems to be their least concern for improvement, right?
Right,
Like, they
right.
think it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Like, ones are most important, down to however many, 5, 6, 7,
Yeah, I think
8,
it
that
helps
was
us
one.
determine what our goals need to be with the
Right.
individual schools and then with the district.
Each area is important.
Yeah.
All right, so they would rank 1 to 6, from 1 being top importance to 6 being least important to them, and then they could put an other if they choose to. Is that, everybody okay with that? All right, please provide any specific suggestions for improving the school, and this is where they would type in
Open-ended.
open-ended answer to that question. And then on the last page, please identify your role or relationship to the school. Now, who do we want the survey to go to? Because we talked about just starting with staff within a school. And staff could be anywhere from teachers, secretaries, custodians, nurses, counselors,
I guess my priority,
or all staff.
I would start with parents and students.
Well, we were talking about just the school district right now, and then we probably could go on to more of a family component also. We could make this,
I mean, that's what we want, a survey with our community to see.
so we would just have to change maybe a few of the words if we want to make it for family involvement also.
APO had their surveys on their website long ago, and they would have, you pick the block you want, they had the one for the students, which was designed for students. They have one for the community, which was designed for the community, one for the staff, and each survey is sort of the same type of survey, but it's just
Worded
redesigned, so that it depends on which one you choose to do, it would be geared toward, that particular demographic.
So we could do various surveys according to what area you want to do.
So it'd be like you log on, and whatever you log on to is the survey that you would get to take.
I guess that would be your first question in the survey. That would be your first question, maybe, like, here's a survey, are you a student, a parent, do you live in the community, are you teacher, staff? And then,
Go
yep,
So you're
go from
saying
there.
move this question to the top?
Probably, and then it would differentiate which survey they would
Yes.
answer.
So the paragraph on the why, this is an important survey for our information, we're listening here, trying to use this information for the betterment of the district. And then marking, identifying the role or relationship to the school district. And then the last one, how long have you been associated with the school? Do you want it? Do you like that?
Yeah, and I don't want to muddy the waters.
No, please.
I think that there needs to be a separate internal survey for staff members and then something different for community members. But in the community survey, we should ask, like, how are you served by the school? Like, do you just live in the community? Do you have a child in the school? Are you a teacher in the school? Like, how?
How are you related
Yeah,
to
how are you connected, if at all directly, but I think this is really great. I would also like to see more short answers, like as an option. So we have the 1 to 5 options, the ranging. But if there was an optional line where people could, make an explanation. I know sometimes when I take a survey and it's just the number part, I want to say why. Like, if I'm going to tell you I'm so dissatisfied, I want to tell you why. Or if I want to tell you, that I'm very satisfied, I might also like to tell you why.
So like a comment box below each question?
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And we can easily code those responses. Like, I know it's difficult to think I'm gonna have thousands of these narrative responses, but we do have technology that helps us code that into categories so that we could make an easy summary that says, here's what the majority of the very dissatisfied said about that question.
That's a good point.
And it
We've
might
looked
be
at
good
that before,
also,
if there's, go ahead.
but the media, how do you like or do you receive your information from the district?
Oh, good one.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a good question to ask.
Yeah.
Then that helps when you want to
What
do
is our
something
best
later
way
on.
of communicating with
Start
you?
Do we want to take out how long have you been associated with the school and put that one in?
Well, what are you doing with that information?
That was just what was suggested by
Okay.
this survey.
I guess you
that-
could correlate it, like you said, if you have these intelligence software to say, oh, people who are not, or haven't been here long, they feel this way, but people who've been here a long time, they feel this way.
Well, I think it comes back to Kelly's Right. It comes back to this question of what is your connection to the school district? Because I think that would also help us know how to target our voting blocks. Because if we find out they're a parent or they're just a community member, then that gives us information on how we can, present
And that should be
information.
one of the questions, like, not just how long, are you associated, but are you a parent?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
And do, a lot of events as alumni. I mean, I still,
Right.
I mean. I
That's
have
a good
family,
category.
Nieces, nephews, grandchildren that are involved, that I still show up for.
So you might check several boxes. I'm an alum, but I'm also a grandparent.
Do you check all that applies to that question,
Yeah.
Kim?
Oh, check all that
Identify
apply.
your role, relationship to the school. They may be a parent, but they also may be some community member, check all that apply.
Right, there may be more
That
than
option
one.
For that question.
Right.
I guess when I'm looking at this survey and I feel like I'm taking it, it's kind of one of those, it's great to have a survey. It's like kind of vague, like what's the overall quality? I mean, that's kind of really hard. Like, it's hard for me to like get the gist of maybe what I want to say. So maybe we can turn these like a little bit more specific. Like, I feel the school environment is safe and secure. Like you, and this is just an example, you could say, I feel having constables are important, and I support having constables. And that's just off the top of my head. But maybe we can look at these and get like, well, really, what do we want to tease out from this information? Like the quality of instruction, to say like, hey, I feel like kids are, they're reading at level. I feel like their math skills are adequate. Again, these are just examples, but maybe just fine tune this a little bit so we're getting data points that are really important to us versus like overall quality. Because even taking a survey, it's kind of hard to take, and I feel like, because I've taken the school district, I don't know if it's a school district or the state surveys before, and I'm like, click, click, click. And then finally I'm getting, bored with them, like, what information are they really getting from this? I'm not really getting my point across. So unless we can make it a little bit more specific and targeted.
So the reason there were 5 questions here, it was because of the 5 components that were researched that we're trying to cover. So each question correlates with one of those components. And I was trying to stick to simple, keeping it simple so that I'd have buy-in on the people taking it. Because sometimes, like you say, Michelle, it does get like redundant, and then you're like bored with it, and you're like, why am I even taking this survey? We could definitely make some of the statements more specific.
Yeah, simple's good, but maybe more specific.
Right. So I don't know where we want to go from here. I don't want to belabor the point. But I just think this would be a tool in gathering information that will help all of us, in moving forward, and not only with hopefully getting out there and building trust and, hey, we really are listening and we're going to use this information. But in moving forward in our mission this year, should we just start with staff within the school district and then move out to the, community, or do we want to do both at the beginning of the year?
I'd tell you what, I think you can do it multiple timing points. I don't think we have to do it all at the same time. We may want to wait to the end of the first quarter and then do the parents. Because parents right now coming out of summer vacation, I don't think their mind's geared towards school.
Yeah.
But at the end of the first quarter, about the time they get a progress report and a report card, then that's the time to probably hit your parents.
Good point.
And then, they've got some time to kind of get into the groove of school and, what it is, that we're asking and go. And I don't want it to get super long because I can't stand it when I go, okay, 2 more sections, and you got 10 questions in this section. 1 more section, and you got 10. Then they ask you, so always ask you 2 or 3. And I'm like you, I click, when I get out of, when
You
I
just
just
want it
have,
over.
I just want to get it over with.
Yeah.
But yeah, and the specifics part of this, I talked about this when I was running for the board, I'll be honest, and this was something that some of my constituents, said, maybe you should do a survey. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Tim and I have been talking about it for almost a year now.
It's a great
And,
idea.
we kind of think, until we bring it and let you see it, Kim took the lead on it. And, I think, I commend her for doing that. And what I would suggest is look over these, whatever you think to tweak it, send it to her, email it to
Okay.
her. And then, you know, before we ever do anything, we would need one, we would want to get a board approval on a final copy. We don't want it going out until we're all on board. And once we're all on board, we're okay.
And then the tech person. I can
Oh,
help you with that. I didn't know if you could help with something like this. Or
I think
someone-
Renee said you,
And then, Dr.
Dave,
Owens, is there a
you
cost
also,
to sending out a
something like this,
survey?
surveys.
Or whoever, who would be the person in Indian River who would.
So I will certainly help you develop it, get it into a Google form in terms of communicating it, gathering the data. Dan and I can work on that piece.
Yeah, there's certain things we can do. Google Forms is one way we can look at doing that. That's close to us. We can also create something in-house. We have things we've built in the past. We track 18,000 Chromebooks and around 2,000 other devices. So it's within our wheelhouse. We have a ton of really intelligent people that can get together and come up with something that would be free to the district, of course. Like,
Oh, okay.
we don't want to pay for something like this.
No.
It's something we can do in-house. So it's definitely something we can start putting together, and I'll work with Dr. Jones, and we'll put something together in-house, and I think it's a great idea. You never know what people are thinking unless you ask them, so.
So the data that we would collect, I know you get the pie graphs, you get all kinds of bar graphs, you get, I guess, written language
Yep,
that explains what the
output-
people write.
output is limitless, like however you want to see it. And whatever easiest for us as a whole to look at it is how we can output it. We'll have the raw data from the initial survey, but then if we want pie graphs, charts, written, we can handle that for sure.
That's huge.
Yeah, yeah.
And when do we want to put this out?
So I like Mark's point, and I think especially since we've had so many changes for the upcoming school year with staffing, and we've had some administrative changes, I think giving them at least the first part of that first marking period to get into their new environments and see how things are, maybe as the first progress report comes out, which would be around the beginning of October, I think.
Could do staff then and do the parents, at the end of the first quarter.
Don't forget the students.
And the students, we could probably do the students about the same time. They've been in with, as the parents because, you know, a lot of times in school, they don't have access to a computer to do it, or a phone, whatever. And yeah, I think we could do them all. And I just think kind of letting everybody get, you know, if you're a freshman and you're going into high school, probably not the best time to do a survey when you're right out of chutes. But after you've been there for a quarter, then,
Yeah.
okay, now you're ready. Parents, same thing. You know, you've had 9 weeks to get acclimated. You know, you've had extracurricular exposure. We pretty much all had exposure to everything Kim listed. So I think, you know, systematically, we should do the staff first, and we should do the parents and students probably at the same time at the end of the first quarter. And like I said, I don't think this is a rush. We don't want to do it next week. We don't want to do it the first week. But I just think that we tweak it as a board and work with Kim to get that final product so that we can go over to these guys and Renee, and we can go from that point on. But we want to put out a good document. I think if we want good data, we better put out a good tool to get it. And, you know, as long as it's not overly cumbersome and we really push it, I think it'll help.
I really like it. Thank you, Kim. And it's simple, and I think that will increase the results and participation. I did want to mention, University of Delaware puts out a survey. We've done that for years. We pause on it from year to year, from time to time, depending on what else is going on. But it's and Renee has some data on that. We'll share that with the board. That's a comprehensive. You may have completed it as a parent.
3 times.
Yeah. And
Is it
it will give
lengthy?
you information on school climate and bullying and perceptions, and they rate it. So we do want to give you that. It can be overwhelming. And that is given in the spring, around the April timeframe, I believe. So the timing of this would be much better. We want to be mindful of survey overload, the same way we want to be mindful of the alert now calls, et cetera. But this is really good information that I think our staff and our community would want to give us, and then we can use that to drive things we're doing in the future. Dave, thanks for approaching the podium. I'm anticipating Dave's going to share. He contacted the Donovan Group, which is a group that we receive access to for free as members of the DSBA group. And that group is it's a marketing group. We contacted them for referendum support. They gave us some insight there. But they can crisis manage. They can support us through anything we're doing communication-wise. That said, and Dave, I'll let you talk, they can do surveys. We wanted to just be able to provide feedback to the group, but it's costly. And we had said all along, just like Dan had mentioned, we can do this in-house. We've got super smart people. One thing, I don't know, Dave, if you want to try to do is look at the questions and then work with Kim and our team to maybe refine to get the results that we're looking for. To Dr. Parsons' point, we want to ask the questions that give us the information that can drive what we do. So, Dave, anything else on that?
Yeah, I just want to say, you talked about staff and parents and families. Now, do we want community input from people who don't have kids in the district? That's sort of another thing that we might want to think about. That's one thing that I talked to the Donovan Group about. They have a great survey program. Unfortunately, it's not cheap, so I think that's probably not going to be an option. But considering the referendum results and the demographics of the voters in the referendum, we might want to think about doing a third survey marketed to the community. I mean, there's 88, I think the population of the district is 88,000. How are we going to hit those people? I think, marketing to our staff and our parents, we can handle that. We're pretty good at that. How are we going to market it to people who don't have kids in the district?
I've got a great idea, I'm sorry, you're presenting.
Well, if we do want that community input, we'll have to market it to the community as well, which we can do.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things, I will say this is the other problem with the Donovan Group issue. He said the best way to let people know that you have this survey is to do a direct mail to them. Now,
Crazy.
you guys know how astronomically expensive that would be. And by now, we haven't had a bulk mailing permit for years since we used to mail out those old bulk brochures. So that is probably not an option, but there's other options too. So I just wanted to put that idea in your head as far as doing, a general community survey to see what, and, we can come up with questions for that too. But just see what the overall perception, of the school district.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to reach property owners who pay our school taxes. They're the ones who voted. And a really simple way of reaching them, Coastal Point hits the entire Indian River School District. You can get a $300 ad and put a link, like, here's the link, what do you think about the school district? Click here. I bet your word gets around fast, that link is out there.
If we can get it, Coastal Point goes to, real close on that, Kim, Coastal Point goes about as north as Williamsburg.
Yeah, I think it hits the whole
So that
district.
does leave a little gap in the Georgetown area that we can try to figure out. I do think, I will check with them, but I do think Cape Gazette does circulate in the Georgetown area.
Yeah, probably.
So that might be another option too. But just some stuff to be thinking about, because I think, it's important for us, given the results of the referendum, given the voter demographics, which Mark mentioned, we might need to, find out what the perception is out there and have them reflect on us, and, we need to hear it. Dave, just a little feedback on that Coastal Point. When we were out on the referendum trail, both in schools and out, even in the Millsboro area, we would get questions around how are you advertising, and we had talked about the Coastal Point, and a lot of folks in the Millsboro and the Georgetown area said, we don't have no idea what you're talking about, Coastal Point. And that's a big portion of our schools.
Because Coastal Point doesn't get mailed direct to the households. It's in
Gets picked
places
up.
like the post office and the local grocery stores and that kind of stuff. But I like that idea
Yes.
about sending something, we make postcards up for everything, and I don't mean to spend a whole mess of money on it, even if we have to do flyers, but at any function, and maybe the survey is not something where we put a time frame on it and say it has to be done by September 30th or October. We could put it out there saying it's ongoing, anytime you have a concern, here's the link, go back on there, pick out whatever one you have a question on, and send it in, instead of like, here's the survey, we're done, you do what you need to do, I'm done with it, and go on. Let it be continual, that they can do the link on. And we can put it on the website, anywhere in the schools, anything that we send out, just, I mean, there's a lot of means of communication that we fall short on.
Leog, I like your idea of it being ongoing.
Maybe
Because
until the end
then
of
we
the
get
school year, though? Like, I mean, you're gonna have to cut it off so that you can also look at trends. Like, if you wanna do it again the following year, you don't want that data
True,
grouped in.
but I just meant, don't, like, some people will be, if we put it out there, or even if you do an initial one, and then just a reminder saying, hey, just a reminder, if you didn't do it, now that school's been whatever, would you take the time to go on and see what you think, and then, at some point in time, yes, but I just meant, don't do it that one time and then cut it off and then be done
Well,
with it.
I tell you what, that's a great idea, do it quarterly. And then that way, if anybody doesn't do it the first quarter, wants to do it second quarter, whatever, and then has a change of mind, wants to come back third quarter. I mean, it's gonna be, yeah, I mean, if we're doing it, we kinda,
Right, it's not a cost. I mean, it's a cost to us for employees, but
Come
not.
out all year long, it's
Yeah.
not just.
and every quarter, we can take a look at the survey to see what the general feeling is, or it's changed, or whatever.
It's a
And then that,
tool.
that way, you guys would have to decide, do we want this data before, okay, if we're gonna go to referendum again in the spring, we probably should look at some of this data before we start marketing it and see where we're falling short and what areas we need to address.
And
So-
being transparent about those quarterly results
Yes,
with the
Right.
public.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, this is what we've learned in the first quarter of the
And
school
this
year
is
from
what
you.
we're doing about it.
Correct.
And I don't think we'll be going there this year, this spring,
What's that?
referendum. I think we've got a year where we have
Yeah.
time to get this stuff done and get our house in order.
This is building blocks, a foundation to where we're going.
Yeah, and I
So
think,
this is a tool for communication.
and it's interesting because, we always thought, when we go into a referendum, and we talked about this, we always thought, okay, if we get 12,000 voters, that's usually good for us, looking historically at the data. That's what we got the second time around. We got more than 12,000. We got the highest voter turnout we ever had, and it still failed. And I think that speaks to, one, the changing demographics in our area, but two, what else is going on out there? Is there something in the community that is not positive with us? What are those things? And let's see if we can identify them. So I think, Mark, you mentioned it, the landscape has changed a lot in the last 10 years. How many referendums did you and I work on? All of us. And there's just something different now. So we got to
And
figure out what it is.
I don't know if it's worth it, but should we ask the question, if you voted no in prior referenda, what was your main reason for doing so?
That could go with the community.
And one of the interesting aspects that the guy from the Donovan Group said too, is that when you survey the community, you can also float different ideas out there. Would you support a tax increase of this much? Would you support a tax increase of this much?
Just ask them.
You can float some ideas out there and see where the support is, maybe if there's a window in there that we could ask for. That's an idea too. So just keep that in mind, so.
Dave, while you're up there at the podium, and talking about public relations, I would suggest at the next administrative meeting, principal meeting, bring Dave in, and I know it's like it was when I was there, a lot of times he had to pull teeth to get information. We've got to be pumping out positive things. All the negative stuff is going to make the radio, it's going to make the news, it's going to be out there. But we have got to find a way to pump that information out. And it doesn't have to come from one position. Every school ought to be pumping their own thing out. I see Sussex Central has got Jimmy Wheatley. They have got an ace to do that for them. And I would venture the course of this year, you can probably watch the Facebook releases and things like that, and the things that he's going to do. And that's going to be a major plus for that school.
And they did it before him. They did it before Jimmy, and Jimmy's done great with with that same thing. And also keep in mind, we pay EPR or whatever that thing is for media people within the schools. Now, I always see about Central, you see about some, you don't always see them on there. Now, maybe you have to follow them or whatever, but I know Central's always, has been out there for a long time. Those people need to either step up their game plan, or we pull it from that EPR from them, and that's either a position somebody holds within, like they're holding now, that they do something else other than this website part of it, and then have a group of them that does it. But what I, in my opinion, you know, the schools have a lot going on, they have a lot of things doing, so it doesn't always mean the school needs to feed the information in there. I mean, we've got things, and I know I harped on this before, and it kind of didn't go the way I thought it would have been nice to go, is every day, did you know? It's a simple thing that somebody looks at on Facebook every morning. Did you know that we have 88,000 people in Indian River School District? Did you know that we employ this many? Do you know that we had people that were in these activities at Sussex Central or Indian River or wherever it is? Those are things, you know, we just got to get back on it, and it's those little things, because people say it all the time, like, I miss seeing that. It doesn't have to come from every school, every day. It just needs to be facts about Indian River School District.
So, Dave, if you had a PR representative from each school that reported to you, and then you kind of weeded out what needs to go where, would that help you, or would that not be helpful?
I actually discussed this with the principals at the
Okay.
Admin Institute a few weeks ago, and I told them two things, actually. One, I told them, anything you want publicized, send it to me. I will take care of it. I'll put it out there in as many places, social media, however we can do it. Some schools are already doing that and doing a really good job. Others, I don't hear from as much, but I told them, I said, look, give me what you want. Anything you want, send it to me, I'll post it. The other thing that I told them is that I am personally going to be out at every school on an almost daily basis this year, taking pictures, videos, posting. I told them, get used to it, because I'm going to be out there a lot, because, you know, just to get the positive stuff out. Whether it's an event or just some general stuff going on in the schools, I'm going to be out there as much as I possibly can this year. And that's the other thing that I told them. So we have kind of addressed it with a mark a little bit, and we're going to keep harping on it. The website, I agree with. There's some school websites that really need some attention. Dan and I have talked about it. That's got to get corrected. It's got to get corrected, considering that every school has a designated webmaster. We got to do a better job on it.
The one thing I don't like about, we have some big websites, but one thing that I think needs to be improved about our websites is when you click on district website, you get back to calendar, certain events, certain dates come up. Then you click on the school, and it's the same thing. Like, there's nothing specific to that school. I want to know what's happening at North Georgetown any given week or month. I can't.
That's a good example. Yeah, that's a good example, because it was set up, you know, when you go to the district site, you get the district calendar.
Right.
You know, days off, in-service days, holidays, that kind of stuff. Each school's website should be sort of posting their own events. Now, that's in the printed version of the calendar.
Okay.
But each school would be better if each school could have their own individual events on it.
Right.
So that's one area I think we need to look at and make sure they're doing that.
Do we
And
have
we
a
need to update
district-wide?
the personnel information, because on one of them, I just looked on, I'm like, this person hadn't been here. And that's the district one, that has nothing to do with schools, so
Yeah.
whoever here is responsible for the website on there, it is not up to date.
We went through the website a few weeks ago and updated a lot of stuff. If you see anything that's still incorrect, please let me know and I will fix it. Because there were some, you're right, there were some, I think we've got most of it updated now, but if you see anything, please let me know and I'll fix it. Because it, you know, with all the personnel changes, I went through almost every page and made sure that there was some, you know, updates and that type of thing. So anyway.
Do we
If
have
if any of you see anything on the website that
always
needs to be updated,
evolving.
please let me know.
Do we have a district-wide, like, email that goes out, like, once a month, that highlights each school, like, this is what happened at Indian River High School, this is what happened at Selbyville Middle, or like, maybe all of them, and then parents can click on, like, their own school? There may not be a lot of interest in that, but probably still something, and then you have it on the website, like, here's the monthly update, this is what happened. And again, mostly to showcase our successes as well.
So
let me just, a couple things, and then Dave, you can talk about the newsletter, but I don't want to go deep into this again, but you all received the communication plan. Some of you gave me some feedback on this. This plan is quite comprehensive. Dave has reviewed this. This was provided to all of our schools at Admin Institute. We spent a considerable amount of time working with the schools and their team to take this plan and to develop their own school-wide plan for communication. Some do a better job than others with a weekly Alert Now call, a newsletter, whatever. They all have developed their own plans that will be rolled out this year to increase that level of communication, along with Dave shared what he is going to do to support, how we can support, et cetera. So a lot of that is embedded in here, but I'll allow Dave to talk about that. From a personal note, from a superintendent perspective, one of my key goals is to be in the schools, at least each school monthly. That was goal pre-referendum. That took us in a different direction, but we will get back to that, as well as our team. Our team is committed to be out in the schools, but also a bi-weekly update to our staff. During COVID, I did that, and it was well received. It was actually, I think, a weekly, just here's what's happening. I'm going to go back to that in addition to some of these other things. But to answer your question directly, Dave, you had looked at, how you're sending out district-wide information, which is in addition to school-level information. But for those of you that have kids in the school, you should see an increase in that level of communication next year.
And I will say, most schools do a really good job on their social media pages, I have to say. If you go through and look at them, most of them have updated information, posting on a semi-regular basis, which is really, really good. Some could be doing like a little bit better job, but I think for the most part, they're doing pretty well. And I think with that communication plan that was shared with them at Admin Institute, it's going to get even better. So the schools in general, I think, are doing a good job. And the district Facebook page has about 11,500 followers, which is great. We just hit, we've only had an Instagram account for about a year, but we just hit 1,000 followers on that. And that continues to keep going up. Those are our two best. Twitter is weird. I don't think a lot of people are on Twitter. I still post stuff up there, but we've had about 630 followers on Twitter for the last 5 years. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. So that is what it is. But anyway, and just one of the issues as far as, and I want you guys to be aware of this just for your information. One of the things we have to be careful about when we post things to social media is that every kid that is pictured on there, we need, and this sounds like a big task, and it is, we need to make sure they have parental permission for photos, which could delay sometimes how quickly we can get photos and coverage of events up there. I went through this with the principals too. And it's a pain. I know it is. I acknowledge that it is, but it's just a fact of life, because if we put a kid's face up there that doesn't have permission, that's not good. That's going to lead to a problem. So the principals are aware of it. It's not an obstacle we can't overcome. It's easy. It just might there might be some photos or videos we need to throw out and not use. That's not that big a deal. But that's the one thing that we have to be vigilant about, because we can't make a mistake in that area.
So could we not, because that seems to be a thing there, could we not make it just the reverse way and say, we're, with social media and all that, we go through the schools, pictures are taken with students and staff and whatever. If you do not want your student in any picture, they need to send it into us as the reverse of us trying to get 11 facing kids, the thing on that. We could put it on social media, on the web thing, wherever it goes, but then at least it would free us up, because we say we put a statement on there. If they don't do it, then I know we'd have to run this probably through Jim.
Right through the attorney.
But it's not the easier way to do it than to say, I have to call, I looked on this picture and I'm like, oh, there's Lisa's daughter. Hey, Lisa, your kid was in, hey, Dr. Parsons, your kid, hey. That's just a lot of time on there when we could put a blanket statement out there and they could choose not to do it.
What I found is, actually, the classroom teachers are pretty good about that, because, when I've gone into a classroom to take photographs of something, the teacher usually knows which kids do not have permission, and they do one of two things. Dave, don't take a picture of, that kid there, or they move them to just another section of the classroom. And that helps. I think it's kind of broken down by like individual classroom teachers seem to know which kids can be photographed and which can't. And there was another school that had a big school-wide assembly that I went and took pictures of near the end of the school year, and I had to call that principal and say, you know, I've got pictures of these kids in the stands and everything, are there any I can't use? She goes, don't worry about it, I moved those kids to the corner of the gym. So any picture that wasn't in that corner, you can use. That was great, that was great. And I also told the principals, if you're gonna send me pictures to post on Facebook, I'm assuming that all those kids have permission. That's gonna be their responsibility if they send me things. So I think we covered it pretty well with them, and hopefully we can streamline the process. And what I'm gonna try to do to make it easier on them too, is that if I go in a classroom and I take pictures of kids and I need to know if they have permission, I'll make sure I document which teacher's classroom that is when I send the pictures to the principal, and they can go check with the teacher. It'll be a pretty quick process. So I'll document it a little bit better on my end so they know, so.
I mean, even with a picture of all the students, the ones who don't have to be on the condition,
Yeah.
like now, so that
Mhm.
you've got the numbers, and I know it was a big thing, but.
Yeah, and we can do that. We can pixelate, if there's a, like say for instance, I have a cafeteria picture where there are a lot of faces and it'd be impossible to check all those. I can actually pixelate some of those faces, and it doesn't look as weird as you think it does when you see a big group picture like that. So, yeah, that's another one. Yeah.
So, Dr. Owens, are we planning on your communications plan, like sending out information? Because I know I've said this before, I get very little information about Indian River High School, where my son attends. Like, for example, the SATs are coming up in September, and had I not just heard about that randomly, I never would have known. And even like the induction into National Honor Society. And again, you say you have high schoolers, they should tell you, but really, they're still underage. Why not have the school send out a notification, hey, Honor Society induction at this school or that school, just to keep parents engaged about what's going on. I just feel like there's such a communications void.
I've not looked at all of the plans that were generated at Admin Institute in terms of the ability to communicate, but we can ask to look at those and review to make sure they're beefed up. That was a good suggestion. Dr. Parsons gave around the SAT. Sent that to the schools. They are going to send that out in terms of, it's not at Indian River High School, but there's an
Right.
opportunity for SAT at, I think it's Seaford and Stephen Decatur, so we will do that.
And Dr. Parsons, I know some schools do a Sunday night phone call. I think it's Sussex Central, Nick Fair at Sussex Central sends out a social media recap each week. I don't know if he emails that to families or not. I think they do both. Yeah, so some schools do that too, so, that would be.
It'd be just great to, it's like cohesive under the district, like we're one big family, let's see
Yeah.
what's going on at other schools. I mean, then you know how to compare, like, hey, we're doing all that at that school, why aren't they doing this at this school?
Yeah.
So that's why I think it'd be nice to be like district-wide, and then you have tabs under that
Okay, yeah.
for each school.
Sounds
Yeah, I
good.
like the individual schools, but district backing it up, so
Mhm.
that,
Yeah.
because that's where I'll, go to the RSD website, and I'm clicking on everything on it.
And through the Blackboard system that we use to send out, the the weather delays and all that, we send emails through that too. And we can send different messages, and we can do a weekly email or bi-weekly or whatever. It's pretty easy to do. We can hit every parent in the district with that.
So the other thing though is we say that for parents, and I'll be one to say, I am a parent, but I'm not a parent of a student, but I'm a board member, so I don't hear, I mean, I only hear it because I get phone calls and says, oh, we gotta, I know we communicate that back and forth, but I think as the board, any information that goes out to the parents need to go out to the board members, just so you're aware of it.
Automatically be added, or?
You're right.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Well, let me check with,
Well, I know it's what you do sometimes, but I'm
Yeah.
talking about school-wide and wherever it is, just like Dr. Parsons said, about a honor society at wherever. So if you're not a parent or a guardian or whatever, that's not information that you get. So I think the board
I
needs
know
to
I've
be
gotten
included.
emails from the schools because I attended several of the National Honor Society inductions at
Yeah.
both ends of the district.
yeah.
I think we would need to
But
flush
not-
that out a
but
little
not
bit
always.
because Yeah, you could get 10 Sunday night messages from there's 15 schools and 10 of them send those out. So I just want to, we'll send you whatever you desire to have, but I just, it could be a lot. So,
And I understand that, but just in general, I don't need a school delay, because we normally do that, but just things that are going on in there, I think we kind of fall short on that.
Dave, is
Going-
this something you usually do, or is this something new? This
Is that the
comprehensive,
communication plan?
the comprehensive plan?
Yeah, a lot of the stuff on there we have been doing, but there's also some new stuff also. And I think there's like a schedule in like a monthly schedule. That's
I
new.
saw that.
The stuff that we might want to focus on month to month.
The themes, the different
Yeah,
themes?
yeah, different themes, that kind of thing. So a lot of that stuff we do, but there's also some new material in there, so.
Thank you
Going
for
back
doing
to, oh, sorry, I just want to get this out, going back to the survey, would maybe some of the local municipalities put that on, like, put a QR code or a link or something on
We
their
can ask, I can
utility
reach out to
bills?
them and ask, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
One-
HOAs.
One of the things, yeah, the actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because we do have a pretty significant HOA email list that I actually started sending it to the HOA contacts, the newsletter at the end of last year. And actually, we got a pretty good response on it. So, the more HOA contacts we can build up, and the southern end of the district, we're doing pretty well. The northern end, I'm still trying to track down HOA contacts on that end. So if anybody has any suggestions on that, of a certain development, this guy's the HOA president or whoever, please let me know and I can add them to the list. So, one of the issues too, and just to be thinking about it, is one of the things that we always hear about, and I honestly don't know why this happens, but it does. We hear from people to go, well, I didn't even know they were having a referendum until after the referendum's over. And I'll be honest, that's always been a puzzlement to me, considering the amount of marketing that we do with it. So I don't know where we're missing it, because it's on TV, it's on the radio, it's in the newspaper, it's on web pages, it's on social media. That's one thing, if you guys have any thoughts on that, you don't have to give them to me, or just, contact me about some ideas, because I've always been a little bit puzzled by that. We hear that every time. It wasn't as bad the second time around on the referendum as it was the first, but just so you know, we get that occasionally, so if you have any suggestions.
Or any community calendars like from Millsboro, Georgetown.
Yeah, and I think, and again, this gets back to like the direct mailing thing. I think people think we should be doing that, but it's so cost prohibitive. I don't think that, when we're asking for money for a referendum, that we spend that amount of money. It's astronomical how much that costs. And I think that's what some people think we should be doing. So I don't know. I think that might be one of the root causes of it, but that's just my opinion. So.
Okay, any other questions on this topic? Okay, we've covered quite a bit. Now, in your package, you're going to get a copy of the mission statement that we've had going from 2023, 2028. We have a school climate survey from 2005, for your approval. And I think, with looking at the time, I want to make sure we get into the last part of what we want to discuss today, which will be basically testing. Now, unfortunately, with testing, we have embargo data. So we're going to need to go into executive session to see that data. And I got to tell you, before we do that, you cannot release any of the information you see until the district will tell us when that embargo's been lifted by Delaware DOE. But I did request. I'm sorry? Okay. Okay, you're gonna see it a couple days in advance, but just make sure you don't go home tonight and discuss it, or tomorrow, and wait until after the embargo's been lifted. But it will give us a chance to look at it and to spark a discussion there. And while we're there, we'll take care of the personal agenda as well. So I entertain a motion to go into executive session at this time.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Executive session. start with 3.03, out-of-state school choice request. Dr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. We do have board policy now. It's fairly new within the last couple of years. Some of you are familiar with it to consider out-of-state school choice. Part of those options is to consider tuition for that student. I bring it before the board at the retreat because it is time sensitive. This is a little bit different than those that we have considered in the past. And I think we have right now 3, maybe 4 students that qualified under this employee's child living out of state, typically just over the line in Berlin, Ocean Pines area. This is a foreign exchange student that was scheduled to be with a family, a teacher, I believe, at Sussex Central. That didn't work out. They could no longer accept that foreign exchange student. So one of the other teachers at that school, longtime employee, wants to bring that foreign exchange student into their home, and they live just over the line in Berlin. So a couple things here. We would be considering that employee to be the parent of the student, which I do feel is appropriate. When there's a foreign exchange student in the home, that person is acting as the employee, as the parental parent in that case. The other consideration in our policy, it says that these requests have to come to us before July 1st. That deadline was missed. If this was school choice, that would likely be considered as a good cause, given the set of circumstances that I just described. This is not school choice, this is outside of that. But I again wanted to just share that because it is coming fairly late in the game. Sussex Central does have space. We have approved this level in the past with employees, students coming in. They would not count in our unit count. We would code them accordingly. And in the past, we have not considered tuition. In the past, it's been about $19,000. If you recall, the adoption of this policy was twofold: to address this concern, which I'm glad we have that to lock into when making these considerations, but also we thought this was a nice thing to be able to consider for our employees that live primarily just over the line from Maryland. So I do ask for your consideration of that this evening. That would be for a high school student at Sussex Central.
So they're they don't live in the state, that's why we're doing, because if it was a normal foreign exchange student and they came to your home, there is no,
Yes.
okay,
Yes, it's because they're out of state.
okay.
But that's because the
women-
employee lives out of state.
The employee, yeah,
That is
okay,
correct.
yeah.
And that would be the employee would be the guardian.
Right.
I need a motion on 5.01.
And if you could, with the motion,
Excuse me.
provide the consideration of whether tuition would be included with that. And again, in the past, we have just allowed this and we coded accordingly.
where are
It
we?
says, I'm sorry, Ms. Ray, that was my fault.
303.
I need a motion on 3.03.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
And just for clarity, that is without to include tuition or anything like that. Okay. Thank you.
Just make sure they do not get counted on September 30th.
Absolutely.
Okay, moving on to personnel, 6.01. I'll entertain a motion to set the personnel agenda with the exception of number 25.
So moved.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now we'll go back now. I entertain a motion on number 25.
I would like to make a motion that we table it until we have a full board in place for a vote.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay, have a motion, have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Need a motion for the, entertain a motion for the contractual agenda, 6.02.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. 7.01, public comments. I see we have nobody in the audience. So at this particular time, I'll entertain a motion to 8.01, adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Meeting adjourned.